It says I'm alive. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Nell, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you, as always, with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And each day I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends and your family and acquaintances, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And with that said, today, tonight, whatever, is the day to change, spring forward with the clocks. Now, this has been a contention of mine for many years. I think it's stupid, okay? If they want it to be an hour forward, then just change it and leave it at, if you want to spring forward, leave it there. So we have an extra hour of sunlight in the evenings or something. But hey, Delaney Pearl. Hey, Jazzy. How are you? And so I was sitting here being kind of bored. My neighbors burned their property today, and it just smells like smoke outside. I was going to go make a little smoke myself outside, but it's like there's this stagnant and there's ashes in the air. And yeah, so anyway, here I be. But in thinking about why they wish to change the clock every year. Now, they say it's for let's put that in there. They say that it's because they want an extra hour in the evening for us, right? But in reality, as I've looked at this, I've thought to myself, now the last 2 years I have not changed my clock. I ain't going to do it this year. I just ain't. Ain't. I'm going to use that old Southern um that old Southern verb, ain't gonna do it. Because I for every year that I did change the time and went by the new time, when I had to work for a living and all that kind of good stuff, um it always changed my circadian rhythm, and it does it to everybody. And so they're taking all of humanity that participates in this, and because they said it's a good idea that we do this once a year, or actually twice a year, forward and then back, right? So we're rushing somehow, and I've always wondered where the hell that hour went. And so, well, it's 1 o'clock. Well, it's actually 12:35 a.m. in Eastern Standard Time at the moment, because I think it's at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock that it changes. I don't care. I know my computer clock will change, but the clock on the wall ain't, right. It's just gonna it's gonna stay right there. Um, as far as I'm gonna continue to stay on Eastern Standard Time. But in thinking about this though, and how long it took me to adjust back in the day when I had to adjust to the new time. It was forever just weird. And in the fall, when you fall back and you gained an hour, it's like, are these people actually messing with our energies? Are they forcing upon us a time change to boost us an hour into the future? Think about it, because it is. Wait, it's not 1 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock. Well, wait a minute. How did from in 1 second's time, I went from 1 o'clock, it was 12:59, it hits 1 o'clock. Whoops, now it's two. Okay. Where did it go? Did it disappear? Did it vanish into another realm or reality? So I've looked at this, and they're forcing us into a future reality. Think about it. Because whoops, we're going to lose an hour. we just skip time zones, you know. Oh, well, it's, you know, it helps a lot of people out. Well, you know, the farmers always say, well, the chickens always crow at the same time, you know, just before dawn or whatever. The milk, the cows still need milking at the same, their time, you know, regardless of what the clock says. But so, you know, I'm always think about that, you know, let's do the time warp again, you know, sing with me, right? Um, hey, David Castle. And Delaney, Jazzy, Project Skyfalls. Hi, everybody. Good evening. Yeah, losing hour is the time set forward. Yeah, you spring forward and then you fall back. You set your clock back an hour. But to the point, I ain't doing it. But in the reality of things, you know, these folks, you know, them are into all kinds of timing, easy for you to say, time manipulation, um, forward thinking, you know, they're into the gematria and numbers of things, certain dates, you know, uh, and just etc. You know, so do was this created not just for the hell of it, you know, for everybody to have extra time in the evening? If that's the case, just go into work an hour soon. Wait a minute, we're not going to change our clocks. We're just all going to go into to work an hour earlier. You know, we're going to adjust our schedules that way. So instead of getting off at 4 in the afternoon, I'll get off at 3. You know, woo, that'll give me more time. I'll be able to go, you know, but the time will stay regular. So if people want to gain that extra hour in the evening, then start earlier or something, you know. But anyway, but the powers that be, so millions of people, millions of hours, millions of circadian rhythm will be disrupted. It, you know, coming up here pretty shortly. And whether they set their clock before they went to bed or not, whether or not they're going to get up and go to church or whatever, whether or not it really matters to anybody. But, you know, tomorrow there'll be some fumbling and people are going, oh, damn, I forgot to set my clock up, you know, they missed mass, they missed church or whatever. But with this mumbling and tumbling and manipulating of time, and you got to say, well, no, they're not. Yes, they are. Well, we're just setting our clocks forward. Okay, well then that means that whoever is in charge and whatever for whatever reason they want to write down for us, they are forcing us into a future time. Give it a few more minutes and the clock will change, you know. Instead of it being 1 o'clock, it'll be 2 o'clock. Where did the time go? You know? Well, gee, I was out partying with my friends and you know, thinking of that, I was trying to hit 12:20 and I kind of missed it, but you know, I got stoned and I missed it. So we'll take this time, you know, in this time warp of time and smoke one. Why not? You know, they're trying to make us crazy anyway. So, and my smoke for this morning is is a, a potpourri. Some ends and pieces laying around. I was like, let me stick them in my pipe here and smoke them. So, but anyway, in this construct of realities and time and warping things, you know, they are bending time. But now, my curiosity is like, but why? Why do they wish to manipulate the time? Oh, it's to give everybody not. Yeah, okay, all right, that's the excuse. But the people who are actually, it seems like somebody or someone, something, or maybe it's the universe, Are the bad guys getting energy from this? You know what I'm saying? Are they going to suck on this like with a straw? Because everybody's energies are going to be shaken, all their all their circadic, natural rhythms and their time zone. They wake up and I lost a fucking hour. Well, go to bed earlier. Yeah, but it still messes with you because you wake up and um now it's still dark when you wake up, and it doesn't get light until 8 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock or 6:30, or But now instead of it getting dark at 6:30 to 7, now it's going to be 8 o'clock. 7:30, 8 o'clock, not 6:30. You get the drill. But so in that, it's good. It messes with our eyeballs. It's still the same time to the planet and the sun. But because we fumbled with all the clocks, I ain't changing. I'm going to be a normie in this, right? But so our psyche has to reset. All of our energies have to reset. Are there entities out there that are rubbing their hands going, oh man, for the next couple of days, we're going to have some juicy, lushy stuff out there in the universe we can suck up because we have, done it to these stupid humans once again, And so because we're so damn gullible and all that kind of stuff, but everybody goes along with it, sheep to the slaughter. Oh, look, there's let's keep going. What about the bleeding and the gunshots? And I don't know, everybody's going that direction. Come on, let's go. So we are, it's the whoever leading the blind. Well, everybody else does it. I should too. Okay. Everybody else is okay. That's why it's my damn house. I ain't set my clocks up. I'm sorry. The computer can set its time. The phone can reset its time. I don't care. My house clock is my clock, So I'm going to control my paradigm shift, which it ain't going to be. But everybody else's will have to adjust. Y'all know it. It pissed me off every year when they, I don't mind losing it. And it was the thought of losing the hour was like, but where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere. They've just convinced us that it's a different time. Now, I've traveled in and out of the central time zone a lot over my years, right? Living close to the Alabama border, easy for you to say. Oh, by the way, I've had some I've had some dessert this evening, and I got into the Rice Krispie treats. Okay, so I'm probably going to get giddier as the video goes on. So hey, let's have fun, right? But in this time warp, I thought, well, I want to participate in this year, in the fact that I'm doing this video, and in the fact that just for the damn hell of it, I want to be here when everybody else loses that hour because I ain't going to lose it, Now, but here's the thing. So Eastern time zone changes, let's say at 1 o'clock. All right. So coming up here in, less than 15 minutes, 13 minutes and down counting. So, but the central time zone, now follow me with this. This is how crazy this is. So Eastern time changes. It gets to the 1 o'clock hour. Boom, it's 2. All right. Well, but it's only 12 o'clock now in the central time zone. So instead of there being a 1 hour difference, now there is a 2 hour difference until the central time zone gets to 1 o'clock. Okay. So, and so everybody's clock doesn't change at the same time. So Eastern for an hour is going to be 2 hours difference between Eastern daylight and Central Standard Time. You follow what I'm saying? So there's time manipulation being presented here. Now, I think that something somewhere is using this against us, at least in the confusion that it gives us in our brains. That's why I don't participate. For this will be third year now I don't participate in this. So, and I don't have to readjust my time. Now, if somebody says you need to be there at 3 o'clock, so I have to be there. I have to add an hour when I look at the wall, but I just look at the computer and go, so the computer time says, which is set to Eastern Daylight, the computer time is the right time for everybody out yonder. When I'm around the house and I look at the clock, it's my time. I understand. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Daytime, nighttime, it's 1 o'clock at my house. I don't care what time it is out yonder because I'm not participating in that. Now, but if I need to go online with someone or something, I'll go by the computer's time and go, okay, they sent me an email. They said, 9:45. Let's see, it's 9:30 on my clock. And so I got 50. Doesn't matter what the wall says. I'm going by the computer's time, which is reset automatically to everybody else's. So I exist in both time zones. But my house, my property, me and Duggar, we're on the standard time. Now there's a law being in Georgia that's trying to come up. I'm not sure what the status is. They don't want to participate anymore. And I'm like, thank you for the people in Georgia. Let's not participate in this anymore. They won't legalize marijuana, but they'll go back to they'll back up the clock for us. Okay, at least they're working on stuff that like makes a little bit of sense. So but this idea though that it now I love to play what ifs, but what if this nefariousness about the time being swiped, and they're swiping it from us? Well, they give it back to us, in a few months down the line, or we think we get it back because we set our clocks back. And in the fall, I was always like, wow, it's 5 o'clock. No, it's only 4. No, it's 5 o'clock. And you have to adjust to that. So this overextension, if you will, because we have to spring forward, we're pushing ourselves into another time zone, into the time warp. We're warping our minds, our clocks, everything that we do gets warped into the new time. Oh, well, all we are is setting our clocks forward. Yeah, but you lost an hour, didn't you? Yeah, well, that's, springboard and, gets a little used to. And, okay. And I was a little grouchy in the morning because I didn't quite get all the sleep. And, and things are a little weird for a few days. And, but we adjust. Yeah, but in that confusion, nobody just gets up the next morning and goes, wow, I didn't miss any time at all. No, everybody gets confused, some more than others. Me at my age and at other things, well, back before it messed with me, I just thought it was stupid. I still do. But in looking at the underhanded thing that these people do, and the way they use, different types of, I hate to use the word, but magical things, right, against us for their benefit. So they sell it to us as it's to benefit us with that extra hour in the evening, to the point where we buy into their magic. Okay. We buy into the spell. We buy into it, right? And we adapt to it for it's our benefit. But is it really? I mean, honestly, you got to stop and go, well, I don't see where it really hurts anything. but it takes everybody that adjustment period. So why would you want to do that to basically, now I know there are countries that don't do it and states that don't do it, but to the point though, there are millions of people that do it, that do it, right? So if they're going to do it, they've bought into the scheme, the spell that they have submitted. You know what I mean? So they never do nothing that's just for our benefit. You know what I mean? They don't do well, this was to benefit everybody. Oh yeah, well, everybody's having a fucking hard time with this again. We gotta change our goddamn clocks again. Here we go again. Oh yeah, thank you for helping out humanity once more here in the spring of every year. It just looked like was staring up. It just looked weird. But anyway, not that I'm trying to watch myself. It's I'm watching the teleprompter. I don't have a teleprompter, but I'm in a really goofy mood. Okay, a little bit more goofy maybe. And the more I sit here, the more the Rice Krispie treats are really beginning to be a treat. So um, happy days are here again. The sky is clear again. We gonna meet. Never mind. There are fireworks going off in the background because we're all going into the time warp. Doug, how are you? It was supposed to benefit farmers. Yeah, right. That's outdated. Project Skyfalls. I haven't really eaten much in the last 2 days either. I made me and Duggar some grilled cheese sandwiches. They was really good. But Pearl says every movie made was for them to trigger our emotions. Yep. Mainly fear to feed off of. I agree. Hi, Julianne. How are you? Happy days. Yeah, with a Z. Absolutely. Michelle. BRB, FM. Yeah, okay. Oh, speaking of which, you haven't eaten much in the last 4 months. Something I have talked about this before as a story. It's a true story, but since I'm going to be stoned and I missed it, here in a minute probably. Although I forgot to look up Shel Silverstein anyway. But it hasn't left my mind. I know it's out there, and I'm like, I gotta go. So I told you the story years ago that like I said, it's a true story. My mentor and medicine man that was here and stayed with me for quite a few months. We had burned off the property. It was about this time of year. We had burned off the property in the back, and when you walk in at nighttime, certain times in the woods, you would see these two little eyes staring at us. The two little things on the ground, and sometimes in the trees and on the bark and stuff. And so it's like, okay. So after we burned the property, we were walking back and forth out in the back to make sure that that no fire would. We wanted to go to bed, and I wanted to make sure everything was out, nothing was going to jump. So everything was good. But we were coming back, and in the darkness of the burnt, were all these little pairs of eyes staring at us. And Joe was like, what are those? And we had headlights on, right? And I took my headlight off and got down on the ground, and they were spiders. And he jumped back and he's like, you mean all those pairs of eyes out there? And they were everywhere. It was creepy. I said, yeah, they're all spiders of some kind, something. And he goes, you mean they made it past the fire because all this land was burnt? And I said, apparently so, because we only saw a couple when we were going back and forth. And I never said anything to him that it was spiders, but I knew it was bugs. But but after the fire had burnt the pine needles down, the spiders had gone down even deeper. A lot of bugs do that, and they'll survive the forest fire. Obviously, because after it had burned, there's all these pairs of eyes staring at us, right? And he was like, I don't want to go down to the woods now. And I was like, dude, you've been doing this for 4 or 5 months now. And now that you see these little pairs of eyes, but anyway, I've discussed the spider web, and I still can't find that book, Spider Woman Tales or something. Anyway, but so I've gone down in the woods quite a few times with the headlight on, and I'm all little glowing things in the grass get my attention. So I haven't seen the little eyeballs and during the winter, right? And so Duggar went hauling butt up the driveway. The neighbors burned burned their property, right? And this afternoon. And so he was up the driveway barking and whatever. So I put on my slippers and headed up the driveway, and with my headlamp on. So I didn't keep it on all the time. I just turned it on, see where I'm at, turn it back off, and walk in the dark. So, but I got up out of the grass and where the driveway narrows instead of just an open field. And first thing I noticed are these little eyeballs glowing everywhere, all up and down the driveway. And I've been up there a week ago, a couple of days ago at night with my headlamp, did not see any eyeballs. Tonight, and here's the thing, it was like they were blinking. They were like blink, 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 and there's a whole pattern of them, and they blink, 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 and then they would just stare, and then blink, 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 blink. They weren't just on. So it was. I was sitting there with my headlamp, and Duggar's up and down the driveway, and I'm looking at this, and I'm going, now, before when we saw them, they were just staring. Tonight, when I was watching them, they were blinking on and off. It was almost like fireflies, and they weren't there the other night because they chased Duggar up the driveway at least once every other night to make sure he's not on the road when he hauls ass that way. Knock on wood, he's been really good. He hasn't been on the road. He's been in the neighbor's yard up there, but not on the road. So, got to give him credit where credit's due. But so tonight there's all these little pairs of eyeballs all up and down the driveway. And I mean, it back in the thing, and I'm like, I would have noticed this because I'm talking about it now. But also in that, so the earth has changed, seasons have changed. The pear trees are blooming. The yellow trumpet flower thingies are out all over the place. They're gorgeous. There are daffodils. There are flowers starting to bloom. It's about time for the roses to start blooming. And, the plum trees in the back are blooming. I got azalea bushes that are starting to bloom. They're little miniatures. I should dig them up where they're at and move them. But anyway, actually, I really should. But anyway, so it's springtime down here. And there's a blizzard in Denver in the Midwest. Somebody asked me, they said, winter's about over. And I went, no. The high pressure is covering us right now. But if the high pressure moves and them lows come in, we could get, we had snow in March back in 1980. So this idea that no, it can't do it, or it's too, yeah, it's March or April, bananas. It snowed in the North Georgia mountains on the end of April, 1st of May one year, about 1984, five, somewhere in there in the 80s. And so this idea that, oh, this is strange and it's new, no, it ain't. Weather's been particular for a while, but I digress. To stay on this with this time thing, though, I still scratch my head and go, honeysuckle, thank you. Yes, Doug, that too. The ones I'm looking at, the honeysuckle's a little later. Right now, it's these really pretty, and I mean, they're just draped all over the place in certain places on my property, and other places too, but especially here. And it looks like a trumpet vine. They're bright yellow, and wow, are they standing out? But the honeysuckle, these don't have a scent like the honeysuckle does. But honeysuckle should be, it should be right behind it, kind of thing. I don't have. I had a little patch of honeysuckle on my property years ago, and it disappeared. And I'm got all kinds of other stuff, but you know, I'm hoping that the birds will bring me some. They brought me all other kinds of different things. But anyway, so in this time warp, whoop, it's 1:04. Okay, so the time still says 1 o'clock. All right, so it hasn't leapt forward yet on the computer. So I guess it's 2 o'clock that the time changes. But to my point, is it 2 o'clock my time? Is it 2 o'clock? Is it 2 o'clock in Alabama, or is it still 1 o'clock? You know what I mean? So anyway, so there's this fluctuation of the time, but I'm thinking about the millions of people and the energy fluctuations. What is that doing to us as a whole? Not well, individually it messes with everybody, right? But as a whole, what does this fluctuation in the time do to people? What is the overall effect? Millions of people are being affected, just in the United States alone, just in one state alone. So, there's like, I don't know, 12 million people in Georgia or something like that, or maybe it's more, maybe it's less, but, if it's 10 million people, Atlanta's got a bunch of folk, but so there's 10 million people just in the state of Georgia that are going to be wobbly for however long it takes them to adjust. But what it does do, we can absolutely agree on this point without going, well, Dave's just a conspiracy. They are forcing a different reality upon us. They're forcing us to believe, even though our bodies say hell no, they're forcing us to believe it's like, where we have sprung forward in time. So every one of us, well, I'm out of this, but they're convincing us that time travel is possible. Think about it. Last year was a blizzard on the 12th of March. Yeah. Elderberry says we have a 2-day mushroom season now. Yeah, there are different mushrooms back in my backyard, but it's been too wet for them. But now we're getting into that condition where, and the with you being anyway, it's supposed to happen at 2 a.m. Yeah, okay. Time changes cause more car accidents the first week. Yeah, of any other time of the year. I would agree with that. Whether or not, I'm not doubting the statistic from you, Doug, but I wouldn't doubt it at all, because I studied about biorhythm back in the 1970s, before before there was an internet or anything like that, and everything was catalogs and magazines, and you wrote off, you paid for stuff and did mail order. Where now it's online and blah blah. But anyway, you sent the check in and you waited 2 to 3 weeks for delivery and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, my how times have changed. But in that, I got cards and plots and charts and everything on how to do biorhythms for people. And now you can do it online. But they understood that certain times of the month, each person has their own biorhythm. Other people can have similar biorhythms and have similar dates every month and so forth. But each one is unique to each person. But there are a lot of people who were born on the same day. A lot of people were born at the same time, kind of thing, across the world. So those people's biorhythms will be the same because of where the planets were, because of, the moon and how the rhythm starts within the body. Actually, how it's been going on, but at birth is when you chart it. So anyway, so if the Japanese and maybe the Chinese, I'm pretty sure that the Japanese did it. They did a study back in the 60s and early 70s and realized that people whose rhythms were below the median line and were down at the bottom and starting back up, that if they were anywhere near the bottom, they wouldn't allow them to drive. And that the incidence of accidents in public transportation, whether it be cabs or buses or whatever, the accident rate dropped by 50%, like almost immediately. Now, it didn't mean that people couldn't work on that day, but instead of driving the bus, they took tickets or something, or they were, they did something else, but they just weren't allowed to drive on those days where their biorhythms, converged below the line and so forth. And I did studies with the folks that I worked with at Green Oak Center years ago and plotted charts on all the really bad behavioral kids and adults there. And we knew when their charts were going to be low, and we did not antagonize them on those days. You know what I'm saying? It would warn us ahead of time. They're at a peak time here, having nothing really to do with the moon. It has to do with when they were born and where the moon cycle is. So, and if they were having a low period and it was a full moon, you could expect them to be really freaking mean. And they were. And we plotted it month by month by month, and we had charts on these people. And it warned us, be careful. There's a 3-day period right here. We should not antagonize these, people. And certain trigger words and things to certain individuals would make them just literally, they were already out of their minds, but it just off they went. So, and this has been going on for a long time. It's this, I think more people should be using biorhythm charts and how they react. It's like for me, new moon time, which is right about now, and I've had a like today, it was all I could do to just stay awake for an hour. No particular reason, just I wasn't in this world today. Yesterday took a lot of energy out of me, but that's okay. But there it was more than that. I've done marathon videos before and gotten up the next day and felt fine, but this is new moon. And one of my rhythms on my biochart, new moons are not necessarily the best times for me. So I've just come to, accept it. Well, it's about new moon. Okay, going to be some more sleep time than normal. And I'm not going to, it used to bother me, piss me off, blah, blah, blah. And now I just go, it's new moon. In a couple of days, I'll be fine, or I will at least feel better, and it always happens. And people would tell me and say, but you're looking forward to it, hey, Gaza, I can see your name, but I can't read the rest. Anyway, so in that though, in my own mind, I just, wow, I feel really low today. My energy or a little crabby or something, I go, wait a minute, it's new moon. People, well, you accept it. So every new moon, you can be in a bad mood, and you just, all right, it's new moon. It ain't like that. I don't want to feel that way, but it happens more on a new moon than on any other type of moon because of one of my cycles. So, just like certain women, their periods and so forth, that's part of the biorhythm. Okay. A lot of girls are, have the same dates and stuff. They were, but their biorhythms are similar too. So, but anyway, um, if we took that into consideration as to how do we feel today, you might feel really depressed or really low. And so, for those of you who have not checked out Biorhythm, I would suggest that you do. It's easy. There are a lot of sites out there that have it, or used to anyway, astrology sites and so forth. You just enter your birthday and it'll show you right where your chart is. So you could at least get the plot for the day and find out if there are three different lines, like 28 day, 30, and 33, or something like that. Anyway, and they all start from the starting point. So one gets a little more ahead than the other because it's 28 days on with the moon cycle. The next is 30 days, which is a little longer, but after a while, where they kind of start out together, this one drops and this one keeps going and the other one goes on. So they're together for a little while. But when they go below the midline, the median, and hit at the bottom of the scale. So if it's 30 days, it's 15 days in the good zone and it's 15 days in the bad. But there's a 3-day period where it's peak good and 3 days in the other 15 that are crappy days you should be aware of. So, but if you're not aware of that, or that it could be your biorhythm that's got you feeling weak or low and you don't know why, it could be, quote, that time of month. So, and I don't mean that in a crabby way. I'm just saying that, one is physical, one is mental, and one is spiritual, basically. And so, if you've got two lines that are down at the bottom of the chart, and you can look and go, oh, holy crap. Okay. For me, it's just like, oh, the lines are, whoa, I'm at the bottom of the chart kind of thing. Rather than worry about, am I going crazy? What's the universe up to? How come I feel this way? Look at the chart. It says you're in a low slump. Just calm down, because it always cycles back out. So rather than get really upset about the low spots, you got to think about it in that, but you got just as much time on the other side, but on the high side of the median. But it's important that you can um, attribute to a natural rhythm within each of us to, oh, I feel like crap today. And I don't know why. And probably a bottom line. And when you learn these things, or can go out and search and go, well, I don't have to do a chart for the whole month. I can see, well, around the 15th, one of mine is going to be low. And about the 17th, I got one coming in. So, around the 13th to the, 18th or 19th, I'm just going to chill out. In other words, if I feel really upset about something, or my emotions get overbearing or whatever, I can remember, I got two lines that are kind of bottoming out during this time. Rather than going overboard and getting upset and wanting to take a bunch of Valium or something, you know that it's a low spot. I got to ride this out, and I'll be back up on the upswing in a couple of days. So it's information for us personally, because I know for a long time, oh, why do I feel this way? How come I feel so depressed? And then a few days later, if I could ride through it, most of the time, of course, they put me on some really hard drugs. Whew, man, that stuff they gave me over the years. When the thing that helped me best was to be reminded about our natural rhythms, and the new science is out. I mean, 25 years ago we didn't have all these satellites and everything, and the internet. It was a lot harder to find. Now it's at everybody's fingertips to watch the solar weather and that kind of thing, which I think is good, because we can look at the magnetosphere. We can look at this, the planet, and the Schumann resonance. Are we getting whacked, or is there a lack of energy? So for a week or so ago, I mean, we were getting really hammered, right? And I was kind of like, getting hammered right along with it, so to speak. But where there's very little energy that I looked at earlier today, it's like, well, so we're not getting hammered now. I was really active a few days ago. I poured concrete, I lit fires, I did all these things. Now it's like, whew, it's just tough just walking outside with Duggar. So it could be, that I've had a busy week and this is Saturday, but I know it's a little bit more than that. And so, but I understand it has to do with rhythms. It's new moon. It's, the Schumann is down. So we don't feel as hyper as we did when the Schumann resonance was up. So it feels like we're in a slump when actually it's not. It's we're not over um, hyper sensitized, right? From if the Schumann's jumping, we should be jumping. Just saying. That seems to be what it is with me. Elderberry. I live 2 zones north of Missouri. Get a lot of snow. Southern Missouri get normally ice that melts quickly. Either way, it's not good driving weather. Absolutely. David Castle came back home in New Zealand. I got 2 ice on the ground. I do have warning signs in the hills on ice. Yep. You've known about violence since the 80s. We had a piece of test equipment, had a magnetic drive that had the biorhythm program on it, Hewlett Packard analyzer. Yep. I gained power to no return to zero. So my locks. Yeah, Doug, you can just go out to an astrology sign. I type in biorhythm, probably take you right to a place now. But here's the thing. I went through a period where I had to go check, I was like, let me go check my biorhythm. Oh, something's up. Now I just understand that if my energy's low and I'm going through a sleep period, I'm probably at a low spot. Now I check the other things, but I used to be kind of like, oh my God, is it me, or is it the well, is it my brain? Is it my mental condition, which they had convinced me it was, when actually there were natural phenomena happened to me and my body, but because of all the brain trauma that I've had over 25 head concussions. 10 of them were serious. 5 of them put me in the hospital. A few others should have put me in the hospital, but they say if you see stars, you've had a head concussion. Well, if that's the case, then the number is about 50. But I mean, seriously, head concussions, lose your memory, can't walk, blah, 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 I've been through it. So I'm on the mend again from the last one, but I'm so sensitive to pressure systems, and I do think it's because of the head trauma. Because people who've had head trauma, maybe only singly or multiple like me, that they see and feel things differently after they've had an accident. Their reality is changed. You know, they might remember something. Some people get seizure type events. My issue was narcolepsy. It still is. I used to take amphetamines to keep me awake, and I overdid it for too many years. And I kind of wish I was back on them. I was prescribed legitimately and used them wisely. And there are times when I wish I had a couple of them, beaners that I could, get some work done. But I also know it's hard on the system. And I had, 40 years or more of abuse with amphetamines of some type, whether it be cocaine. I went through a time when there was a lot of acid, and, it may not be an amphetamine based, but it kept my brain, always alert. Anyway, I was working, 60 hours a week. And anyway, but I overdid it and overtaxed my brain at an early age. And I I don't necessarily think it's karma, but it is in a way, in that, so some of the brain things that I'm going through right now in my older age is absolutely, a product of some of the stupid shit I did, 20, 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. I mean, because I'm 68, right? So at 50 years ago, I was still 18, you know. So, and I was doing stupid shit back when I was 12 and 13. So, it's been even longer than that. But the fact that I, can walk and talk and sometimes do both at the same time, I consider myself very, 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 very lucky. And so I have to take what I would might consider bad with the good. So today was a sleep day. But it's also regenerates my brain. And it seemed like I was off planet again. I was somewhere else that was very damn real. But it just could have been lucid dreaming or something. But whatever it was like, I just woke up earlier today and I was like, holy shit, where was I at? And before I could get back into um, being conscious and remember it, they knocked my ass out at about less than 10 minutes. I was like, no, it might just have been a pee break. But hey, Jody, how are you? Hey, guys, got to go and have dinner. We love you, guys. Good to see you. Oh, D Ocean, too. I see. Um, a piece of wisdom a pastor shared with me on YouTube: when in desolation, remember what you gained in consultation, desolation being your low points, uh, consultation being your high. Yep. But here's the thing, and what I've learned about this, Jody, and to the rest of you, and for myself, it's that when I understood that the low times was not a depression, that it wasn't a disease, that I could look at my chart and go, oh crap, I got two lines crossing at the bottom. I just need to just chill for a day or two and allow the nature of things to bring me back out of this slump. But every time it would happen, oh my God, I'm having another one of these things. Oh my God, my brain's going crazy. Well, for me, having had all these brain contusions and stuff over the years, that it hypered those emotions. So, and there were times where I was recovering from a new head bang, and I really was like disoriented, and I was going crazy because it wasn't normal for me. But in that time period where some of these things happened to me, I had forgotten, I had unlearned what I had learned before about biorhythm, about different circadian rhythms, about these other things, because I allowed the low spots to overwhelm the high spots. But then when I came out of the drug stupor and went back into the shaman part of me, which I had been studying all along, right? There's all this information I already had, but being headbangs and the drug stupor that they put me in, because well, you're bipolar and we have to control this, and I honestly did have narcolepsy, still do, but it's like then okay, um, I don't just fall asleep, but I get this feeling like, whoops, it's time to go sit down. If I'm driving, one of the reasons why I don't drive a lot is because if I get that tired feeling, I got to pull off the side of the road. And if I don't wake up for an hour or two, cop comes by and says, "What you doing, boy?" Which has happened. It's embarrassing, and I could have had an accident. But I've always had my guardian angel to make sure that I've been safe on the road. I've never had an accident due to my condition. A little close a couple of times, but anyway. So, but when I came back to the nature of things, which I'm always talking about, but when I came back to the nature of things, I went, oh yeah, remember new moons? Yeah, what date is it? Oh, new moon. So a couple days before and after new moon, which is my 28-day cycle. I'm like, cool. So I'm when moon's low, so am I. When the moon's high, me too. Doesn't mean I can't get high when the moon's low, but it put enough another perspective. This is the cause of why I feel low. Not that I'm in a depressed. It has nothing to do with um, bipolar. It has nothing to do with schizophrenia, because there are people that have that, but that was not my case. I was having an overreaction because of my head trauma to the natural rhythms, and I had to learn to deal with them. And of course, all these different meds were messing with my own signals, right? So when I got off the meds and said no, thank you, um, that I realized, and it was bumpy for a couple of months, but I realized that wait a minute, I gotta go back to what is natural. I gained motion in my leg. I started kayaking again on my own. I started doing all these other things that people said, well, oh, Dave, you can't do that now. What if something happens? And I gave him the finger and got in my kayak. So, and now I got Duggar to kind of help me out a little bit, and he's getting better. He really is. We need to go practice in the canoe, though. I kind of understand that there was many things I once knew and lost. What you're describing, I remember something like this, and a lot of it makes sense. Thank you. You're very welcome. Greetings and favor. Oh, hey, David Castle. I did a biorhythm comparability with my wife. I'm on the highs when she's on lows, and we get, yeah. But you have to understand it though too, Doug. I mean, if somebody's feeling rough and it's your mate, there were times when I try to explain, listen, I'm okay, but you just need to leave me be. you know I'm not mad, I'm not angry, there's nothing going on, you just need to leave me be today or something. I'm just going to go sit in the woods. I don't want my energy to um an early warning system is very helpful. Thank you, Michelle. And that's the point. If you know that you could be susceptible, like the Japanese did with their drivers and their public transportation and such, their accidents went down 50%, like almost immediately as soon as they started implementing it. And that was back in the late 60s and early 70s. And Casey talked about the biorhythm of things and so forth. But anyway, so when we understand the natural order of things, you go, wow, it's springtime. Okay. Springtime is like tornado season for everybody because of cold and warm, period. Every year since cold weather, hot weather came in, every year, so that we have a tornado, don't want one, had two go over my house, um, and don't want another one. Thank you very much. It ripped down a lot of trees and, took away a lot of ancient wisdom with it. But anyway, there is a natural order, and not every time there's high winds and a storm is there going to be a tornado, but the conditions are always there, is my point. But if we understand low pressure means stormy weather, look at a barometer. In the old days, that's how they could tell. They looked at the old barometer on the wall and said, well, looks like we might be having some cloudy weather or a storm coming in. Well, Chester, my knees aching. And there is something to that because the pressure change in the air. So, but when you learn about biorhythm type of thing, it's your own body. You understand this is natural. Everybody's got their own. And so how am I feeling today? Well, kind of pukey. And I don't, I'm not really sick, but I don't, and I ain't up to it, blah, 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 blah. Okay, where's the moon? What's your chart say? Oh, yeah, that's right. So, and if you look at it once or twice a month, possibly, and go, so middle of the month, this one's going to be here and this is going to be here. I got a really low one, but I got a high one too, like to counterbalance it. So it should be a mediocre day. But if it's a physical thing, I might not go to the river on that day because physically I might be really high mentally, but my body might really not, it might not be the best day for me to go paddling. In 2 or 3 days, things are going to be more and you won't be in this low dip, then go. Now, I've overridden some of those times and said, screw it. I don't physically feel like paddling, but I'm going to the damn river. And overridden that because then, but there's the power of the water. And I was on a mental high and said, I can override this. But I also knew that I wasn't going to go on a 10-mile paddle either. You know what I mean? I'm going to get on the water and I'm going to just paddle around over here. And I'm not going to try to make it all the way down to the Georgia 3 bridge and back. I'm just going to paddle around in these areas up in here and, take it easy. Just check things out. Just to paddle. And that's enough. And sometimes that has led me into like the walk I took the other day. I was just going to check things out. Water was low, and I wanted to see where the muddy spots was and where the water was still coming in from my neighbor's place, and got in a situation is like crap, briars everywhere and down trees, and I had to crawl out of it, and I was like really wasn't into it, but mentally I said we got this, and I did, but there was a point where I just wanted to sit down and go fudge. Anyway, but understanding like what Michelle says, it's like a preview, you go, well, it's just like watching the weather. Well, I see there's a front coming in on Wednesday. It might bring some high wind and rain. Okay, that Wednesday, that could be your low spot. So, but understanding our natural rhythms to me gives us ammunition. And so instead of going up, for me and a lot of other people too, when I started talking about these natural rhythms and things, as I was remembering myself, that information's out there, but I had neglected to pay attention to it. Not that I had to go out there and see my chart every day or read my horoscope, which I used to do all the time. And it's like, do I really want to know? about tomorrow, kind of thing. If I need to, I can read a card. And after these last 3 or 4 years, especially, I feel like if I really want to know about the future, they'll show it to me. And I've already kind of said, nah, unless it's important, I don't want to know. Unless it's going to affect me or somebody, I don't want to know, because I've seen some of the horrible things that in those dreams, and I cannot get those visions and the sounds of the people out of my head. So I don't need to see anymore. I know it's there. I know it's going to happen, but they might say, "Man, coming up, there's going to be some stuff." Okay, that's all I need. And if something horrible happens, or a bunch of people die, or an earthquake, whatever it is, I go, "Oh, so that was the warning, huh?" And they go, "Yeah, that was it." Okay. Where before I'd seen, people and hearing them and the running and the screaming and the dying I would rather not see that anymore. There's enough of it, but to feel it, see it, and almost like be involved in it, nah. I'd rather not know the future. D Ocean. Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, you could also find if the moon is in your sign. Yes, I know about that too. My most important point about all of this is that where I always went to the therapist because I couldn't understand these feelings I was having and so forth. I didn't need a therapist. What I needed for myself, and that's my learning and going back and going, oh, let me check my biorhythm today. That's why, and it's new moon. Yeah. Okay, let's just sit back, watch a movie, and not push it today. Period. That's all. It's not like a great magical mystery thing, but for 20 odd years or so or more, I neglected these signs, forgot about them. Of course, had head injuries and medicines and therapies, and there for a while I had a couple of really bad ones that were just. I changed, my personality changed, and the medicine wasn't helping, but I had a personality change. I did not like where that head bang led me, if you will. And as I was still prone to a little bit of anger, pent up feelings, going back to my childhood, really bad dreams at the age of 1, 2, and 3, and into the, I was adopted by my uncle at 3.5. So we love you, Pops. Um, Earlier on today, when I was thinking about this time warp thing, um, I'll answer your question in a minute. Yes, I want to pull. Who was thinking it? I don't know. Anyway, I will pull cards here in a few minutes. You recently did a video on moon signs. Yeah. If this means anything, ever since I watched Tom Cruise's War of the Worlds and The Day After Tomorrow, I have horrible nightmares of those movies ever since, and I cannot get that out of my head. Almost like a part of me. And Jody, you follow Dante too. And in the War of the Worlds, the way they depicted it also looks like them damn Kraken. And you probably remember the word, but they look like jellyfish with the long tendrils, right? And so War of the Worlds are these being type things with these long tendrils. Wow, isn't that strange? A coinky dink, just saying. and people are videoing those types of phenomena in the sky now, and have been. There's been an increase in it. And if they like to live in the ocean, then that could very well be some of the uh, types of undersea, UFO kind of things. I'm ready for some animal wisdom. Tobacco dropping time. Yep. Um, it forces your body to make fresh blood cells. Card pulls. Okay. Squiddies. Yeah. There's another name, but I can't remember. In Matrix, they were called squiddies. Oh, I see. And here's another interesting thing. Um, that even the ancients and the elders knew of these other types of beings, and that we have coexisted in this universe with these beings. And it's only new to us now, because you know, I absolutely, not necessarily is it biblical, but it could very well be, in that with all the stuff that's going on, whether it's prophesied or not, you got to admit, you know, in all my growing up in the last 68 years, these are the strangest times ever, holy crap. Went through the JFK thing and the RFK and that and this and been through all this stuff. And I look at around me today and I go, oh my God, we've got a codger up there. Oh my God. Oh, and here's the thing, there are some folks who've done some numbers on this. And the lady in the background, you know who we're talking about? That they had written this in the cards, and that dates matter greatly. So, how soon this takeover could happen, or there's numbers in there, and it's like, what? So they're using us and our energies, I do believe. I think, if nothing else, to keep us off balance for something they're planning on doing. Now, I'm not saying that anything nefarious is going to go on, but let's keep an eye on time change. Let's see if anything happens within the next week, just out of curiosity. um, in that our energies and the fluctuation and the forced manipulation of our realities into a future time zone. Okay, that's what they're doing. We can, speculate all we want to, but the simple fact is they are forcing everyone who participates into this new time, into this other reality. It's not natural. Now, if I travel between time zones and I stay in the central time zone I never reset my clocks. I always leave my clocks alone, because they stay on my time, which is an hour faster. So if I'm supposed to be somewhere at 10 o'clock, I'm going to be there at 9 o'clock if I follow my watch, because I'm going to be early, right? But if I set my watch back and then have to readjust to no, I don't do that. See? So I say, well, it's 10 o'clock. I got plenty of time, because it's a 9 o'clock appointment, or, so I'm there, 45 minutes, almost an hour early for whatever it was my appointment was. That's by changing time zones. But then when I cross back over into Georgia again, it's like ding ding, I'm back home. And so I haven't lost any time in that, because and I found it was easier for me to process that way, because maybe possibly because of the brain injuries I've had. But going over into Alabama and doing puppet shows and things and crossing the line and going up into Tennessee and crossing over into Central Time Zone, staying a couple of days and then come back. Nope. I always stuck with the East, my home time, right? So I was always early Central Time, which is unusual because I was always late in the Eastern Time, always on Indian time. But the time zone thing and the time warp thing. So I just be curious, if they use this time for something weird because of the forcing of realities. You know what I mean? So if they're forcing us into the new time zone, is there something else in this reality they're going to try to like slip by us or get us to, well, the time zone difference? And people look around and go, wait a minute, I don't remember that from yesterday. Did they slip something in on us? You know what I mean? Or are they going to try to in this time differential? Well, it was in the neither time, it was in the null time. It wasn't 1 o'clock, it wasn't 2 o'clock, because it was during the transition of the time. Well, the clocks was so, what if they take somebody out during that time and bang, bump them off? Well, what time did he? There was no time because it was, I know that's really strange, but there are entities and realities that would use this time in this forced reality. So, could we be like pushing into the next, you know, our next dimension or our parallel selves or something? Yeah. Anyway, but with the bottom line of, and I'll get to the cards in a minute and wrapping up this thing. So for anybody who might be watching it up to this point, this will be the end of part one in the discussion of the time. Although I'll be slipping it in and tying it in with other things this morning, but and just wanted to hang out here in the null time because it ain't 1 o'clock, it ain't 2 o'clock, but so at 2 o'clock it's going to be 3 o'clock. So see, wait a minute. So it's 1:50. What? It's 1:50 a.m. So in 10 more minutes, it's not going to be 2 o'clock. It'll be 3 o'clock, right? So we're going to be in the null time, and we're in the pre-null time. I'm being silly, actually. You know me, but okay. Y'all go slow and help me out. I got the cards here. Okay. Hey, Jody. Just cautious. Just curious question. Ever since the advent of our time change, what time would it be right now if that never happened per se, judging based off your time? Do you know? 3 minute intermission. Yep. Project wants a card. Okay. Yeah, me too. Smoke if you got them. I'm fixing to do that. All right. Project Skyfalls. It's, well, y'all keep up. I was going to say it's your duty to keep up with whose card's next. I'm BSing with you, but I'm not. Half past a monkey's ass. Yeah. Um, it was a freckle past a hair Eastern elbow time. That's something like that when I was a kid growing up. What time is it? And you look at your arm and go, a freckle past a hair Eastern elbow time. You know. Monkey and the baboon playing in the grass. Monkey stuck his finger up the. Oh, well, never mind. Whoops. Sorry. May I take a card as well? Yes. Okay. So, Project Skyfalls first. I have to get in the zone. I was asking earlier in my dream state, it's almost like I could see. I I make this statement, and I'm not quite sure how else to put it. Okay, it's almost like I could see some of you in a dream state, and it was like for asking a card or something, and then I woke up and went, "Whose card was that?" Or who, what was the card and who was that card for? And I was like, it was just a really strange kind of, was it a previous memory of in a dream that I was doing cards for? But in this, I could see whoever's face it was. Now, it could have just been the computer or something, or, that we were doing it. But there was something about like we were interacting. And then then I came back into this reality if it was a dream, and it was like, whoa, there was a card, and who was that, and what I was card reading, or anyway. So there was that vagueness, you know Vegas, not Vegas moment, but um vagueness of like, wait, what was that, just a dream? What the hell, what that we've all had that moment at some point, right? We're all old enough to have had that. But anyway, let me read what. Um, late night with David Nullerman with Late Night Soul Tribers. In the null time zone, because we got about 6 more minutes before it's in the other. So, but anyway, I just thought I'd pass that little dream thing on. Uh, um, all right. They wanted me to hold the bottom card and shuffle again. Not that it really matters because I go through them. And so Project Skyfalls. Okay. So y'all keep your thinking, keep your thoughts to yourself. And projects, this one's for you. So your job for the next 30 seconds or so is to, help project into these cards as to what card I should pull for you. Okay. That's the deal. It's like raising your hand in the psychic sense. Like just close your eyes for a second and go, okay, Dave, here I am, and raise your hand. And then that helps me to field. It's not in there. Okay. Because if you were sitting in the room with me, I'd be able to pick up your own, vibrations. But being, in the ether, you gotta gotta you 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 kind of gotta raise your hand so I can see or hear you in the back of the room there. Using that analogy. So anyway, yeah, it's not in there. Okay. So they gave me two cards and there. I think this one card is it's for everybody. Okay. So before I get into this, let me have a smoke, find the book, make sure I got my right glasses. Me, Skyfalls, me, Barry, Jody, and Michelle. Line them up, Doug. I got the feeling. Don't forget, I've had munchies, so and it's been over an hour and a half. So, no card for you. Don't put you in the list. Oh, I was going to. I think one of these is for you. No, I don't got too many. If y'all gonna stay up, you know. Um, and here's the thing: a lot of times, some of these cards fit me, and there'll be a sentence or something. And I think the cards are meant for all of us. But I shuffled through them, and these two came up. And if Project Skyfall's had his hand up, and y'all say I've been doing pretty good at this, so I accept that. Um, because I can't overthink it, I just have to, okay, they said those are the cards, and here we go. So, but anyway, no, Michelle, I think there's a card for you, and well, I know what I'm thinking at the moment, and if I shuffle the cards later on and it comes up what I think it is, that card's going to be for you. This card's for you, for all we know and do. And this bud's for you. Yeah, this is potpourri. Back in the day, I was, having a retrofit moment. And when we were smoking in the late 60s and 70s, and not so much in the 80s, but these crappy little joints, until we got into some big weed. But these crappy little joints that you got, these little dime things that you got, $10 for a matchbox full of weed. And there's a lot of seeds, but that was $10 worth. Probably $50 now for the same amount. But anyway, but the joints that you rolled and everything, there was mesh pecan and this and that. And I think a lot of us, for those of us who didn't really know, we're actually getting some parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme in there, and maybe a little bit of something else. But, because there were times when, you didn't get high. And then there were times you got something from somebody that it was like really weed, it was real weed. And then you went boom. But anyway, I was referring to what I'm smoking tonight, which are roaches, and I've collected them, and there's some really good ones, right? So the reason I'm calling it a potpourri or potpourri is because there are different types in that special, special weed that someone smoked with me, and I put it in the jar, and I decided it was about time to, to just put them in the bowl and smoke them up. Well, whoopee! So, but I was thinking about the days of old, and I've got some paper matches, and we used to take a roach and put it between two paper matches and twist the paper matches just a little bit to where it held the roach, and then you lit that with all the sulfur and the little thingy, and you sniffed it, right? And you passed it around in the car back and forth, and you got all, well, ooh, smelling that there sulfur, and you were doing the roach, right? You couldn't leave any evidence, and so and sometimes you had to light it again, and then there were different ways to smoke the roach, like was just easy to put it on a pin, or something like that, So in my vehicles, there was always a pin and so I could, if I ever had a roach, I could just stick it on there. It was also good for, digging out splinters and things. Anyway, buckshot, no, that never happened. Close, but you could just stick the old roach on that and light it and toke on it. So, but tonight I have this pipe that I cleaned out and all, and I'm obviously having a really good time. So, plus the edibles that I had earlier. So this should be interesting. Number 13. And it's 3:02 a.m. See, we just went through the null time. Um, McFreezer, needle nose pliers. Yes, all kinds of things. I mixed my own key lime and I don't need a card tonight. We will do it again. Oh, I'm good. Ah, interesting. Um, Number 13, Coyote. And we sort of know about Coyote from the trickster and the wily Coyote because there are so many similarities in that. But in the lesson in Coyote, um, it comes to us in many forms, I guess, is where I was kind of sort of headed with this. Coyote, you devil, you tricked me once more. Must I sit and ponder what you did it for? As number 13, Coyote is the trickster. You know, there are many myths and stories about Coyote, the great trickster. Many native cultures call the coyote the medicine dog. If you pulled this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine is on its way. That's very interesting. So some type of medicine is on its way. It may or not be to your liking. Whatever medicine is, good or bad, you can be sure that it will make you laugh. Maybe even painfully, you can also be sure that Coyote will teach you a lesson about yourself. Coyote has many magical powers, but they do not always work in his favor. His own trickery fools him, but he is the master trickster who tricks himself. No one is more astonished than Coyote at the outcome of his own tricks. He falls in his own trap and he somehow manages to survive. He may get banged up and bruised by the experience, but he soon goes on his way to even a greater error, forgetting to learn from his mistakes or her mistakes. He may have lost the battle, but he is never beaten. And I think that's always important for us to understand is that, you may have to retreat, you may have to back up and go around a detour, but you're never beaten. So if you give up, then, I mean, you can give up and be beat and have, beat yourself. But anyway, Coyote is sacred. In the folly of his acts, we see our own foolishness. As Coyote moves from one disaster to the next, he refines the art of self sabotage to sheer perfection. No one can blindly do themselves or others in with more grace than ease than this holy trickster. Coyote takes himself so seriously at times that he cannot see the obvious. For example, the steamroller that's about to run him over. And that's why when it hits him, he still cannot believe. Was that really a steamroller? I better go look, he says, and is run over one more time. Contained within the trickster medicine is the humor of the ages. The cosmic joke is not just on ourselves, but on everyone else. If they are following Coyote or have strong Coyote medicine, someone like this may be able to convince others that a skunk smells like roses or vice versa. But the fact remains that it's still a skunk. Snooze time is over if you pull the Coyote medicine. Watch out, your glass house may crash to the ground at any moment. All your self mirrors may shatter. The divine trickster is dogging you, and you may trip. Coyote scratches under his arm. He does a crazy dance. He catches his tail on fire by playing with matches. He jumps in the fish pond to save himself and then nearly drowns. Coyote seduces a concrete statue. He thinks he's found a bone, but it's a rattlesnake. Everyone watches the comedic scene. Coyote is you, me, booby traps, jet airplanes with toilets that don't work, and etc. Get ready for more of the laughs, lots more. Go immediately beneath the surface of your experience. Ask yourself, what are you really doing and why? They're telling me this is like part of the key part of this. And regardless of whether you're doing yourself harm or whatever, but go immediately beneath the surface of your experiences and ask yourself, what are you really doing and why? Is coyote your medicine? Are you playing jokes on yourself? Are you trying to fool an adversary? Is someone trying to trick you? Do you want to give the office geek the phone number of the beautiful new secretary? When was the last time you did something just because it was crazy and fun? On the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. You may have conned yourself, your family, your friends, or others into believing that you know what you were doing. But listen, coyote, you are balled up in your own machinations. You have created a befuddling, bewildering, confounding trick. Pick up the juggler eyes from the ground and put them back in your sockets. See through the genius of the acts of self sabotage. Find it amusing and laugh. Laugh, trickster, laugh. If you can't laugh at yourself and your crazy antics, you have lost the game. Coyote always comes calling when things get too serious. The medicine is in laughter and joking so that new viewpoints may be assumed. And tonight I'm all joking and happy and everything, like, and part of my Indian being a Heyoki is very similar to Coyote. So here I am being a trickster tonight, maybe. I'm not, but if you have coyote medicine, you may use it to make stuffy old fogies lighten up, to add cheer to a party, or break a death grip conversation with ease. Look at the positive side of sabotaging nosy questions about your personal life. Um, in other words, lie about it and make fun of it and let other people go, what? So that's Coyote, and he was right side up. I want to get to the next card, which is Eagle upside down. And it's interesting because what I was thinking of, Michelle, you still there? Um, the card that I was thinking of was a bird. And so this card might actually be for you because I was seeing a bird and I couldn't tell if it was right side up or not. And my first thought was eagle or hawk or in that range. And then the second card that came out is eagle upside down. So, but at the same time, I was doing the reading. It was for project. So this card might be for both of you, but I was thinking this bird when I was talking to you about it. So number one, eagle is spirit. It's the number one. Eagle, fly high, touch, great spirit. Share your medicine, touch me, honor me, so that I may know you too. Eagle medicine is the power of the great spirit, the connection to the divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced with the realm of earth. Eagle soaring is quick to observe expansiveness within the overall pattern of life. From the heights of clouds, eagle is close to the heavens where the great spirit dwells. The feathers of eagle are considered to be the most sacred of all healing tools. They have been used for centuries by shamans to cleanse the auras of patients coming to them for healing. Within the belief system of Native tribes, eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the test of initiation, which result in the taking of one's personal power. It is only through the trial of experiencing the lows in life as well as the highs. And we were just talking about that, about the lows and highs with the biorhythm charts. So It is only through the trial of experiencing the lows in life as well as the highs, and through the trial of trusting one's connection to the Great Spirit, that the right to use the essence of eagle medicine is earned. If you pulled this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage, for the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the place within your soul, your personality, emotions, or psyche that need bolstering or refinement. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible to you. In learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown, the wings of your soul will be supported by the ever present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. And they're saying this goes for everybody. You know, you see a lot of times where the Native Americans, the shamans will hold their arms out and hold them up. If you understand that your arms are like wings and the air of the Great Spirit, will lift you, you know. So the ever present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit, feel your body, but more importantly, feed your body, but more importantly, feed your soul within the realm of Mother Earth and Father Sky. The dance that leads to flight involves the conquering of fear and the willingness to join in the adventure that you are co creating with the divine. If Eagle has majestically soared into your cards, you are being put on notice to reconnect with the element of air. Air is the mental plane, and in this instance, it is of the higher mind. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related to the creative force of Great Spirit. They want me to read that sentence again. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related to the creative force of the Great Spirit. If you have been walking in the shadows of former realities, Eagle brings illumination. Eagle teaches you to look higher and to touch grandfather sun with your heart, to love the shadow as well as the light. See the beauty in both, and you will take flight like the eagle. Eagle medicine is the gift we give ourselves to remind us of the freedom of the skies. Eagle asks you to give yourself permission to legalize freedom and to follow the joy your heart desires. Now, this was absolutely and definitely upside down. So I'm going to read the contrary. But the fact that it is eagle medicine, and they're telling me it's for both of you, which is interesting. uh, it's a follow. Michelle, this card is for you. But it's also for project too. If you've pulled the eagle in the reverse, you have forgotten your power and your connectedness to the Great Spirit. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available to those who seek illumination. You've forgotten. Heal your broken wings with love. Loving yourself as you are loved by the Great Spirit is the lesson which the contrary eagle brings. On some level, eagle is telling you to seek higher ground on which to build your nest. The nest is the home of the heart and cannot remain in a swamp. If your nest is in a swamp, this may be connected to your belief that your wings are clipped by an impossibility in your present status. Eagle's nest is high in the mountains where the air is clean and the movement free. It may be your time for a vision quest so that you can commune with the Great Spirit. Fasting and praying will surely bring an answer. Seek lofty ideals and illumination will be close at hand. The nest is the home of the heart and cannot remain in a swamp. Now, for me, I live in a swamp or on the edge of one, but and we don't have eagles down here, but we do have hawks and owls and other birds of prey. But so to me, the most you have forgotten your power and your connectedness to the Great Spirit. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available to those who seek illumination. So, in my discussion this morning, and I am always talking about it, in that the universe is always all around us. We're just swimming in this stuff. So, and so the cards kind of back up my position on this, in that if we understand that the Great Spirit, the breath of the Great Spirit is always around us, and all we have to do is put our wings out, and we can fly through the universe. I mean, so that's how I view this type of thing. So now. Were we supposed to pick a number? Hey, Brandy, I don't know. I'm not in the swamp, but I'm near the bog. Yeah, I understand. Bark, bark, bark in dog language. Yeah, the trees also bark back at you. An eagle in Mississippi. That's cool. Yeah, they got them in Mississippi, kind of thing. Yeah. And osprey. We have osprey around here, which are in that kind of sort of eagle kind of area, they're very large birds, right? So, and when I'm down on certain places on the Ochlockonee River, down near Highway Georgia 3 in the bridge, where there's huge transmission lines that go through there, and they've added more over the years. But way up high in the tower of where these lines come through are these osprey nests. And in the spring, this is about time to go. The river's still a little high, but now's the time to go check and see if there's, if the birds are working on the nest. So, Doug, I think you're next. So, give me that 30 seconds of, raise your hand in the ether. I shuffled him, turned him upside down, and so, you know, okay, squirrel, number 26, and it was right side up. And I double checked and they go, yep, that's his card. So, and I think you were talking about squirrels or something. Somebody was one night anyway. But if that was you, Doug, but squirrel. Let me have a sip of my running out coffee. Gathering. Interesting. Oh, I got double vision. I had to put on my other, they're like my bifocals. Gathering. Squirrel, you have gathered. nuts by the score, exactly predicting if you'll need more. Teach me to take no more than I need, trusting great mystery to harvest the seed. Squirrel teaches you to plan ahead for the winter when the trees are bare and the nuts have long since disappeared. Squirrel um, squirrel medicine can come in many forms, as this furry creature is very diverse in nature. The erratic behavior of squirrel has bested many a forlorn hunter. I was talking about, squirrel hunting the other night, about how you got to sit up underneath a tree and let the squirrels come out. But anyway, and thus stands in reason that there are benefits to being able to circle a branch at lightning speed. This erratic behavior of squirrel can also get nerve wracking if you are dealing with persons who have squirrel medicine. Are you running around a tree? Um, Trying to calm them down enough to accomplish something may drive you nuts. The gathering power of squirrel medicine is a great gift. It teaches you how to gather and store your energy for times of need. To store your energy in times of need. Okay. They tell me to repeat things, you know me. It teaches you to reserve something for future use, whether it be a judgment, an opinion, a savings account. Now, here's one. Um, it may it teaches you to reserve something for the future, whether it be a judgment, an opinion. In other words, you may say, well, I think that you make the worst moose turd pie ever in the world, or saying you reserve that opinion for later. Um, a savings account, candles, or extra food. To put it in a nutshell, squirrel is the Boy Scout of the animal kingdom, always prepared. In today's world of changing times and fortune, it is the wise person who prepares for the future. Our prophecies um, have all spoken to the end of the millennium and the changes to come. Now, that's interesting because this book was written back in the 80s. Um, in light of possible future, let's see, our prophecies have all spoken of the end of the millennium and the changes to come. So we're here now at that point. Squirrel is a friendly medicine to have in light of possible future rainy days. Its message is to be prepared, but not to go nuts. Love yourself enough to gather the goods that will meet your needs in times of scarcity, even if that time never comes. If squirrel has scurried into your cards today, it may be that you are being told to honor your future by readying yourself for change. The message could be to lighten your load if you have gathered too many things that do not serve you. I'm going through that myself. These things can include thoughts, worries, pressures, stresses, or gadgets that have been broken for years. In understanding the balance involved in gathering, you need to look at the idea of circulating the stock of what you have gathered. Call the nearest thrift store and give the gadgets to someone who can benefit from them. I'm going through that. If some something no longer grows corns for you, then it is time to let it go. Squirrel has another lesson which can aid you if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. They want me to repeat that. Squirrel has another lesson which can aid you if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. So I this is a really interesting way to put this, but I've talked about this at other times about that in adapting, you look around at what you have and you adapt with, if you broke down the side of the road or you got a flat tire, you figure it out. You just don't give up. Look for those things. Um, um, Squirrel has another lesson which can aid you if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. So just the knowledge of, you know what, this, they're telling me this goes back to the, also what Michelle said, but it goes back to the biorhythm charts. So if you observe what is obvious, and it's obvious that, you're on a high note or a low note or a combination, and you're in a kind of sort of weird mood, if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. So by understanding your own rhythms, and anyway, it has to do with the safe place in which you put your gatherings. This safe place is an untroubled heart and mind, and that which is gathered to put in this place is wisdom and caring. The safe place is an untroubled heart and mind. That which is gathered to put in this place is wisdom and caring. The energies gathered will set your mind and your heart free so that you will know that all will be taken care of in its own time. Apply this to your fears about the future and they will vanish. Now that's some good medicine right there, listening to that. So Doug's asleep. That's 100%, Doug. Okay. All right. Give me a second. I dropped a card. Y'all vote. Who's next? Raise your hand. So Michelle, you're still there. Um, Michelle, did the eagle help? Was I didn't notice after I read it, but did the eagle card fit you at all? Just yes or no, or okay. I'm sorry. Now, my bitter half ruined that he was entering. Barry is next. Okie doke. Um, y'all are keeping track, but I'll get to you if you'll just hang out. Oh, so okay. I saw that card while I was talking to you before I shuffled and pulled it. I, you know, there are strange things that happen, and I tell you that was one of those strange things. Like, and if you go back and rewatch that part of the video, I was like, I was seeing this bird, and I said, well, I'll let you know, and but then it pulled up and then it fit. So that's just okay, Brandy. It doesn't matter what the lineup is either. I forgot who. Barry, right, is next, right? I think that's what's Barry. I'm getting this really weird message at the moment. Okay, and in that they're saying that there are a couple of us, I'm included. They're saying that although I'm doing my best to let the spirits pick the card for you, uh, I'm just the mediator. So like I thought there was another card other than the squirrel, but it wasn't. So they like put the cards down. There isn't. Put them down. Okay. But anyway, but in this shuffling, though, they're saying that there are several of these cards that might get pulled tonight that there are messages for other folks that may not have that what that card like wasn't for you, but there's still a message in the cards for many of you who may not ask for a card tonight. That's what they're telling me. Okay. So it is what it is. All right, so Barry, give me 30 seconds and close your eyes, raise your hand so I can see you there in the crowd. It's an interesting anyway. I'm obviously having a lot of fun. The Rice Krispie treats have just added a another sense of reality. Whoops. Anything in here? Nope. Um, pick one. All right, we might have to just do it like this and see what happens. This is interesting. I've had these times before where I end up pulling multiple cards. And there's like four of them right here, and they're all like giving me ding, 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 ding. And so, but they're saying this first card, interesting, Crow. And, but they're also saying that these four cards here are not necessarily that maybe it's in, maybe they're giving me an order. Anyway, I'm going to flip them over, and isn't that interesting? Porcupine. How about that? So first card is number 24, Crow, upside down, Barry. And I saw a crow the other day on the highway, and I just saw it, and I was like, "That's a crow." And there are not a lot of them around this time of year, so it was just interesting that I stopped and looked and said, "That's a crow." For me, oop, 24. I'm going the wrong way. Crow medicine is like, there's like 3 pages, and it is upside down. Has to do with law. I could put. Oh, that's part of the reason I can't read. Number 24, Crow, law. Crow, are you calling so I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Or are you sending your sacred call just to remind me of universal laws? Now it's interesting right off the bat. Coyote is a he in the story, okay, as I was reading earlier. And then I said, it was referring to he, the coyote, versus she. Now, in this, there is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. So in these stories, there are male and female animals. Okay, so in this, Crow is, one could say, is a feminine, but it is a feminine point of view. But versus Coyote, for whatever reason, it had a male attachment. Okay, so I find that interesting. The more that I read the cards, and I don't know what the significance of that is, but I just thought I would point it out. So Crow kept looking at her shadow. scratching it, pecking at it until her shadow woke up and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is Dead Crow now. Dead Crow is the left handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eye, because they have to look one eye and then the other kind of thing, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. Since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of the physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. A few adepts exist today, and fewer have mastered it still. The Crow's art of shapeshifting. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time, consciously, taking on another physical form and becoming the fly on the wall to observe what is happening far away. That would be that far sight thing, right? The Europeans that came to Turtle Island were named the Boat People by Slow Turtle. Even with the knowledge of alchemy possessed by certain boat people, none had ever seen the powerful shape-shifting of shamans who utilized Crow medicine. Many boat people were frightened by what appeared to be animals coming into the camps or dwellings to discern their medicine. Crow medicine people are masters of illusion. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's Book of Laws or Book of Seals is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Ogala, or the ancient records. The sacred law belts or wampum belts beaded by native women long before the boat people or Europeans came to the continent contained knowledge of the Great Spirit's laws and are kept in black lodges, the lodges of women. The law which states that all things are born of women is signified by Crow. Children are taught to behave according to the rules of a particular culture. Most Orthodox religion systems create a mandate concerning acceptable behavior within the context of worldly affairs. To do this, and you will go to heaven. To do this and such, and you'll go to hell. You've heard me talk about this a bunch. Different formulas for salvation are demanded by each true faith. Human law is not the same as sacred law. More so than any other medicine, Crow sees that the physical world and even the spiritual world, as humanity interprets them, are an illusion. There are billions of worlds, and I've talked about this too. There are billions of worlds. There are an infinitude of creatures. Great Spirit is within all. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect law as given by the Creator, then at death he or she dies a good medicine death, going on to the next incarnation with a clear memory of his or her past. Crow is an omen for change. Crow lives in the void. Interesting that I'm doing this, the null void time thing. Crow lives in the, I've lost my place. Crow lives in the void and has no sense of time. Now tell me this don't fit us all. Wow, that's interesting. Kind of freaked me out there for a second. The ancient chiefs tell us that Crow sees simultaneously the three fates, past, present, and future. Crow merges light and darkness, seeing both inner and outer reality. If Crow medicine appears in your spread, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit in relationship to the laws of humanity. Crow medicine signifies a first-hand knowledge of a higher order of right and wrong than indicated by the laws created in human culture. With Crow medicine, you speak in a powerful voice when addressing issues that for you seem out of harmony, out of balance, out of whack, or unjust. Remember that Crow looks at the world first with one eye and then the other cross-eyed. In the Mayan culture, cross-eyed had the privilege and the duty of looking into the future. You must put aside your fear of being a voice in the wilderness and call the shots as you see them. As you learn to allow your personal integrity to be your guide. That's a good message right there. As you allow as you learn to allow your personal integrity to be your guide, your sense of feeling alone will vanish. Your personal will can then emerge so that you will stand in your truth. The, the prime path of true Crow people says to be mindful of your opinions and actions, be willing to walk your talk, speak your truth, know your life's mission, and balance past, present, and future in the now. Shape shift that old reality and become your future self. Interesting. Future leap forward. Anyway, allow the bending of physical laws to aid in creating the shape shifted world of peace. Now, it's upside down. So, are you an outlaw today? This is one of the varied messages of Crow reversed. The rebel in you has given a yell, and all hell is about to break loose. A word to the wise at this point: make sure that if you are stepping on toes, you have some backup. The catalyst for a barroom brawl is usually the person with two black eyes. That is what it means to eat crow. If you do not plan to go to such extremes, crow reverse may indicate that you are merely cheating a little on a diet. Promises are made to be broken. In any of these situations, the only loser is you. In other words, trying to take a shortcut that you really need to do the work on. If you're lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of crow. Think about it, and maybe your inner truth will come to you. In seeing what is true, you may need to weed out past beliefs or ideas to bring yourself into the present moment. They're asking me to read that again. In seeing what is true, you may need to weed out past beliefs or ideas to bring yourself into the present moment. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment or denial of self truth. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful mind, an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love for all living creatures. Honor the past as your teacher, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. Refusing to honor the shifts in your reality can cause emotional pain. An implosion of energy is apparent when rebellion surfaces. Contrary Crow speaks of broken law. The law of expansion is broken by suppression. This may apply to a situation, an old habit, a person you have given your authority to, or your own fears. It is also your own creation. So call on Crow and shift that creation to your new reality. Wow. Now that's just heavy right there. All right. Crow medicine. So they want me to read. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment or denial of self truth. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful mind, an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love of all living creatures. Honor the past as your teacher, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. That right there is just whether it is attached to Crow or not. That paragraph right there is like, wow, that's just good medicine in and of itself. Now, okay, um, who who was next in this? D Ocean. Okay, all right. As I was thinking of y'all and reading this, I pulled 4 cards. Now I'm gonna thumb through the remaining cards that I have here, but they had me pull these 4 cards, and I'm curious as to whether or not they were giving me all y'all in the order, and so I'm kind of curious as to whether or not there's another card here in the stack, and whether or not this next card is your card. They pulled this on me before, um, and I'm thumbing through the cards right now, and close your eyes for 30 seconds and raise your hand. No, they're saying that's it. And I'm thumbing through the cards, and I don't feel nothing. So okay, I'm going with that one. They're playing tricks on me tonight. They're like, he's a little more stoned than usual, and we're gonna line these cards up for the next people in line. Anyway, it's number 9. It's Butterfly, and it's upside down. There's 3 upside down and a right side up. It's number it's number 9. It's a backward 6 from here. That's interesting. Uh, Butterfly, transformation. Here, let me take a hit off my cigarette that keeps going out, which is okay, and a swig of my. I gotta say, doing these card readings every time, they're very similar, but at the same time, they're not, which is interesting. I mean, I'm looking for the same kind of tingle. If the cards are out there for a certain person, they line them up in the deck or whatever. So, but it's interesting though that how the cards come out in the order that they do sometimes, and the message that uh, is portrayed, like my discussion earlier and about the time thing. And I'm kind of messing around, and what if, but at the same time, it is a little weird. But there are words and things, and about, one of the other reading was and you can learn thing at the low times, but remember there's also the high times. So it keeps the idea though about, biorhythms, and it's interwoven into the conversation, and every time I do this, I amaze myself at times and go, the fact that I saw that eagle upside down and I knew that it was Michelle's card, um, it's almost like tonight I'm just a little bit more open than normal or usual or something. Is there normal? Number 9, butterfly is transformation. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light. You have known many forms before you e'er took flight. The power that butterfly brings to us is akin to the air. It is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. It is the art of transformation. It is the mind. It is the mind and the ability to know or to change it. To use butterfly medicine, you must astutely observe your position in the cycle of self transformation. Like butterflies, you are always at a certain station in your life activities. You may be in an egg stage, which is the beginning of all things. This is the stage at which an idea is born, but has not yet become a reality. The larva stage is the point at which you decide to create the idea in the physical world. The cocoon stage involves going within, doing or developing your project, your idea, or your aspect of your personality, which would include your spirituality. The final stage of transformation is the leaving of the chrysalis and birth. This last step involves sharing the colors and joys of your creation with the world. If you look closely at what Butterfly is trying to teach, you will realize that it is the never ending cycle of self transformation. They want me to read that over. You will realize that it is the never ending cycle of transformation. I always talk about being a shaman in training because there's always knowledge, there's always wisdom, there's always so it you just don't get to a spot and stop. It keeps going. And it's great. It's fun. You never know what's coming next, kind of thing. At least I don't. Yeah, I don't want to know sometimes. But anyway, the way to discern where you are in this cycle is to ask yourself, is this the egg stage? In other words, is this just a thought or an idea? Number two is the larva stage. Do I need to make a decision? Number three, is this the cocoon stage? Am I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Number four, is this the birth stage? Am I sharing my completed idea? By asking yourself these questions, you will discover how Butterfly is relating to you at this moment. When you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what to do next to continue in the cycle of self transformation. If you have found the position through which you are cycling, you will see the creativity of Butterfly. Using the air, now air has been mentioned several times, by the way, or mental powers, which has been discussed, of this medicine is done with ease. As an example, if you are feeling exhausted and have asked how to heal your fatigue, take notice of the colors that you have been drawn to recently. Does your body feel better in green? Could this mean that you need to eat more green vegetables? This type of thinking is an inspiration from butterfly medicine. Butterfly can give clarity to your mental process, help you organize the project you are undertaking, and assist you in finding the next step for your personal life or career, and that includes spirituality. The main message to be obtained from drawing the symbol is that you are ready to undergo some type of transformation. To discern what your next move is, use the butterfly spread, the four questions. Now, this is upside down. If you've drawn butterfly reversed, your lesson is a simple one. There is a need for a change in your life that you are not recognizing. This could be a possible need for freedom, for a vacation, for a new job. You may believe that change is too difficult, and you may rule it out to preserve the comfort of your old habits. But in ruling out any possibility of change, you are saying that the courage of butterfly has been lost. Why does butterfly represent courage? Because there is a total different world outside the cocoon, where the known realities of the chrysalis are no longer applicable. This new world demands that you use your newfound wings and fly. Okay, so D, Did that fit you at all? You need a pet stat. Maybe. Okay. Um, Here's the thing, that if you're looking for a dog, um, that if you want one, try to hold its paw. You know, dog in a cage or something. If you're try to hold its paw, and if it will allow you to hold its paw for just even just a little bit, and be nice about it, say, give me your paw or whatever, and if they'll allow you to do that, that's a dog you want to get, because most dogs will pull their paw back. They will not let you feel their pads or anything like that. But if you get a dog, we've learned this through many years, and Duggar's similar. And so the dogs that I have known, it has always held true. So, but anyway, you got to think on it. All right. I went through the other cards, and they said that one was for you. So, um, and I usually feel a buzz with the cards. So, anyway, um, it could be very calming, and it doesn't matter how big or small the dog is. The test is the same. Reach for their paws, and if they'll let you hold their paw for a moment or so, um, that's a good sign. Now Duggar will bark first, but he'll wag his tail, you know, and then he wants you to. So it isn't the first time that they react to you that you should take. Now, if they're barking and barking and growling, then that ain't the dog for you, or him. But yeah, let him, if you can, if you get a dog. I have friends of mine in Thomasville that train dogs for the blind and the handicapped. And Michelle, because your son has an issue, you may be able to get um, a dog that has been in the system, but maybe failed the test for a blind person, or somebody, to help them in a wheelchair, but they would still be a good candidate for someone with autism, or a brain issue. So, and you could ask there, because uh, if that is his condition, which I'm not saying it isn't, but that they should maybe have an animal that would fit. So, check with that. Yeah, and always get down to one of the things that we learned. Always get down to the dog's level. Now, if it's a little Chihuahua, it's kind of hard, but never stand over them. Always, crouch down or get on one knee and try to get on an eye level. And the dog whisper, that was one of the things. You do the same thing with horses and things. You always make sure you make eye contact with them, and that you're not trying to, like any swift movements towards the face or the nose. Um, Here's the thing, Michelle. I didn't need my dog Sasha. She was this little old poodle dog, but she was the best swamp dog you'd ever know. So there are times when if somebody said, Hawkeye, in your later life, you're going to meet this little poodle dog that's going to be the ultimate swamp dog, I'd have said, you're nuts. So don't take stock in any particular type simply because of the type, because there may be an animal out there with the energy that's necessary that it could be a Heinz, 97. So just don't. I would have never, accepted Sasha, and it was like, holy crap. So anyway, they four-leggeds will come to you, especially if you put it out there and just, I need a four-legged for Nate. Okie doke. We'll see what happens. Uh, I have a husky to draft my wheelchair. Don't try this at home. I need to grow some comfrey. Yeah. Okay. I done forgot. Who's next? Raise your hand, please. I forgot. I'm having a little bit of a ding ding ding. You're hoping for a kitty. Yeah, there are some cats though. As kittens, they're like okie dokie, but man, they get to a certain stage and the next thing. Jody, okay, all right, Jody, you know the drill. Close your eyes, 30 seconds. Raise your hand. Ooh, there's a hot spot. It's the lizard. There were two cards that I was kind of having trouble with, and one was the badger, and they're going, nah, that ain't the one. But the other one next to it was the lizard, upside down, number 36. So I was looking at the cards, and I was saying, okay, which ones? And they were going, lizard. There's some kind of cartoon or something that. Anyway, I could hear this little voice, lizard, upside down. Interesting, a lot of upside down cards tonight. And I shuffle them each time, and if I cut the deck, I'll turn one side or the other upside down. So they're never always shuffled with them all being right side up. So, um, but it's the card itself, not necessarily its position per se, in that's a bad thing. Number 36. Uh, I'm I think I've read Lizard before. Yep, but it's been a while. So Lizard, number 36, is dreaming. Lizard, will you dream with me? Travel across the stars, beyond the place of time and space. Their vision, there live visions from afar. Now here we are in the null time, and this is like beyond place of time and space. Just like, man, I couldn't have made this shit up. Lizard sat lolling in the shadows of a big rock, shading himself from the desert sun. Snake crawled by looking for some shade to coil up in and rest. Snake watched Lizard for a while as Lizard's eyeballs went side to side behind his enormous closed eyelids. Snake hissed to get Lizard's attention. Slowly, Lizard's dreaming eyes opened, and he saw Snake. Snake, you scared me. What do you want? Lizard cried. Snake spit his answer from his forked tongue. Lizard, you are always getting the best shady spots in the heat of the day. This is the only big rock for miles. Why don't you share your shade with me? Lizard thought for a moment, then agreed. Snake, you can share my shady spot, but you have to go to the other side of the rock and you must promise not to interrupt me. Snake was getting annoyed. He hissed, how can I bother you, Lizard? All you're doing is sleeping. Lizard smiled knowingly. Oh, Snake, you are such a silly serpent. I'm not sleeping, I'm dreaming. Snake wanted to know what the difference was, so Lizard explained. Dreaming is going into the future. Now, I just got to stop right there and go. We're springing forward with time, and I was talking about this. This is just quinky dink. Okay. Dreaming is going into the future, Snake, to go where future lives. You see, that is why you won't eat me today. I dreamed you, and I know you're full of a mouse. Snake was taken aback. Why, Lizard, you're exactly right. I wondered why you said you would share your rock. Lizard laughed to himself. Snaky said, you're looking for shade, and I'm looking for shadow. Shadow is where the dreams live. Lizard medicine is the shadow side of reality, where your dreams are reviewed before you decide to manifest them physically. Lizard medicine is the shadow side of reality, where your dreams are reviewed before you decide to manifest them physically. Preview. Lizard could have created getting eaten by the snake if he had so desired. Lizard is the medicine of dreamers. Whether dreamers smoke you or dream you, dreamers can always help you to see the shadow. This shadow can be your fears, your hopes, or the very thing you are resisting, but it is always following you around like an obedient dog. If Lizard dreamed of space in your cards today, it may be a time to look and see what is following along behind you. Now, that's a little creepy, ain't it? Is it your fears, your future trying to up to you? Is it your future trying to catch up to you? Or is it the part of you that wants to ignore your weaknesses and humanness? Lizard may be telling you to pay attention to your dreams and their symbols. Make a dream log and record all that you can remember. Be sure to pay attention to each individual symbol or reoccurring pattern. If you do not remember your dreams, or you could try setting a music alarm for 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., or you could try drinking a lot of water before bedtime and allow your bladder to wake you up. Dreams are very important. Pay attention to them. Now, the lizard was upside down. If lizard is turned up in the contrary position, you may be having a nightmare. This is a sign of inner conflict. Look to the nightmare for a clue to the nature of this conflict. What are the feelings your nightmare causes? Breathe through these feelings and let the sensations flow out of your body. See the truth, what your nightmare is suggesting. It could be the simple message that you are confronting your fears and therefore do not need to experience the nightmarish events in your day to day life. Another message of Lizard reversed is that you may need more sleep or dream time. It could also imply that you have a lack of dreams for your future. Imagination is the door to all new ideas and creations. As you examine the dreaming process, you will find that the subconscious is processing all of the recorded messages. It holds concerning the events you experience during the day. These messages can be suppressed feelings, bringing inner conflict, or they can be new ideas or goals or other dimensions of awareness, future events, warning signals, or desires and hopes. In one sense, Contrary Lizard is insisting that you look to your imagination for a new experience. This is necessary when life becomes dull or full of boredom. On the other hand, Contrary Lizard may also apply to those who dream too much, refusing to use the dreams as tools to manifest that same vision in their lives. All levels of awareness are acceptable through dreams. Remember, life is not always as it seems. Are you the dreamer or are you the dreamed? Now, that's just interesting. Uh, I have forgotten about Lizard in that respect. Um, but the idea, though, that, it fits me in a way, because I was talking about, too much dream time earlier, but that ain't my card. I was having that thought as I was reading this. I was like, crap, did I pick that card for me? Nah. But so, um, Jody, that one was for you. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. Yep. Beyond cool. About 5 or 6 years you could get. They come out in the sun with me. Snake stays in the shade. No need to be coy, Floyd. Just listen to me. You gotta hop on the bus, Gus. No need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and set yourself free. Okay, so who was next in line for a card? Make a new plan, Stan. Just listen to me. Gotta hop on the bus, Gus. No need to discuss much and set yourself free. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. Make a new plan, Stan. I was singing with me. That's cool. Set yourself free. Yep. I can, hear this. I could never remember the verses though. The chorus was a lot easier, um, but it was just the way Paul Simon did it, I guess. I was a Simon and Garfunkel fan way back in the day. Uh, in choral practice and stuff, we did parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. To one who lives there. I just bought in English. Okay, so raise your hand. Who's next? Jazzy, drop off the key, Lee. Yep. Who wants a card? Any card. We got cards tonight. We got this card. We got that card. We've been just playing the cards, play the table. Oh, it's only 3 a.m. in my house. um, okay, all right, bad tool. All right, so give me a second. Yeah, they're telling for whatever. It makes no sense to me why I reshuffle these cards because it's like I fumble through them anyway. But I guess it's what you do with your fingers to kind of get ready or whatever. And maybe there's a card though that needs to be turned upside down or something. Who knows? But they're like, okay, flip the cards. Um, like now, shuffle them again. All righty. You know. Hop on bus, Gus. No need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and set yourself free. Y'all got this damn song on my head now. Um, you must read the backs of your eyelids. That's a good one. Okay, so Batul. Ooh. Oh, I just want to see. Where the deer and the antelope play, there seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Antelope upside down. Number 37. Now it's interesting that the owl card was like right next to it, but they said, nah, take the next one. So owl's number 21, but they're telling me that the antelope is for you. Ooh, and I went right to the page. Wow, that's interesting. And I don't know if Antelope is one of those few, if I've ever read this one. Um, Antelope's number 37, and its word is action. Run, antelope, teach me of action and its pace. Quickly, quickly, so I may run with grace. I have somehow, not that y'all really need to sue me that bad, but uh, late in the evening, just about supper time. Anyway, when time was just beginning, here's that word time again, and the tribe of man, we're the tribe of one, and we're the tribe of, the soul tribe. The tribe of man was small. Antelope saw that the two leggeds were naked, hungry, and in danger of extinction. Yes, I have read this one. The ancestors would soon vanish. Get this, the ancestors would soon vanish from Mother Earth if action were not taken. So Antelope took action and came into the camp, calling all of the two leggeds together for a council. Antelope said, great mystery sent me to teach you a lesson. The lesson is to do. You have no need to be fearful if you know what to do and then you do it, the antelope said. And what shall we do? Asked the people. If you are naked and cold, you should kill me and take my coat to keep you warm. It is my gift to you. Do it. We will, said the people, but what of our hunger? We are starving. What can we do to save ourselves? If you are hungry, you should kill me and take my flesh, for it will nourish you and make you strong. It is my gift to you and a part of my evolution. It is my service. Do it. Antelope knew that humankind would survive the ice age. Get this, ice age. In current times, we're going through the modern minimum. Anyway, if the people learned to eat meat before the movement of the great ice mountains, fruit and vegetables had been plentiful, and the two-leggeds had no need to eat of the bodies of their fellow creatures. The clans of the second world ate antelope, taking the instinct and the wisdom of the four-leggeds into their bodies. The people learned through each creature's essence how to survive. They were taught never to waste or to take more than they needed. When they were in need, the two-leggeds knew to take action. Humans learned antelope's lesson well. Because of the antelope, humans took proper action and survived to this present day. Antelope taught humans to honor the gifts sent from the great mystery, which is also in that shadow, and to avoid indiscriminate destruction of life. Antelope signifies knowledgeable action. Antelope is a symbol for the antenna of your hair, which attaches you to the great mystery by its long cords of light. Maybe that's why my hair is so long, or I haven't cut it yet. Looking at antelope, you became aware of your mortality and the short time span you have on this planet. With this in mind, you must act accordingly. Proper action pleases the great mystery. Antelope medicine is the knowledge of life's circle. Knowing of death, antelope can truly live. Action is the key and essence of living. Knowing of death, antelope can truly live. Action is the key and essence of living. Antelope powers have been courted and shamanized since the dawn of time. Antelope clans have been many, and the power of antelope people is great. Antelope medicine gives you strength of mind and heart, and the ability to take quick and decisive action to get things accomplished. If you feel stymied, call on antelope medicine. If you are balled up and twisted in knots, antelope powers will speak to you of proper action and soon set you free. Many ingenious solutions to problems are whispered by antelope. Listen, and even more importantly, act. Surround yourself with illumination and secret knowledge of antelope. Combine this with the action, and you will overcome any obstacle or hindrance in your path. If antelope is your centering, start over. If antelope is your centering tree and strong personal medicine, thank Great Spirit. Say what you said. Say what should be said. Your judgment is sound and your actions will be successful. Now, I've talked about, just speaking what's on your mind is your prayer and your intent. So if antelope is your centering tree and strong personal medicine, thank Great Spirit. Say what should be said. So there isn't necessarily a prayer, but thank the Great Spirit. Your judgment is sound and your actions will be successful. Always listen to what antelope has to say to you. Antelope in your cards indicates a message of higher purpose. Antelope arms you with the bow of authority and forces you to act on behalf of self, family, clan, nation, and finally, Mother Earth. Antelope says, do it now, don't wait any longer. Antelope knows the way, and so do you. Take courage and leap. Your sense of timing is perfect. There's the word time again. When antelope is bounded into your cards, the time is now, the power is you. Now, it was upside down, or is. Contrary antelope is a signal that you are not listening and are not acting on the will of Great Spirit. You may be taking more than your share. Antelope medicine, in the contrary, makes you crazy and quarrelsome. Whoo, I don't remember that part. You will certainly be indecisive and not know what direction to turn. You might be lying to yourself and to others. Stop lying, even if you think it will get you off the hook. Contrary antelope will trip you at every turn. Quit being so conventional and following others all the time. Take your own authority. That's an important thing for all of us. Take your own authority. Let Antelope's heart beat strong in you, and you will know the way. But as always, the message is do it. The fear of the unknown subsides once action begins. That's a really good line. The fear of the unknown subsides once action begins. So, I've gotten in my old age, well, I don't know if I can do this. Well, I can sit around all day long and argue about, well, I'm too old and I can't do this anymore, versus, well, let's go outside and see what I can do. Contrary antelope may also be telling you that a decision to start is now necessary. The main element in procrastination is a lack of conviction. To honor your chosen destiny is to honor your commitment to doing what you proclaim you are doing. Walk your talk in the essence of antelope people. Talking your walk is contrary antelope personified. To write the contrary antelope, 3 steps are necessary. Number 1, have the desire to do something. Number 2, make the firm decision to begin that action. And number 3 is simply do it. Contrary antelope may be telling you that a decision to start is now necessary. They're asking me to. The main element in procrastination is lack of conviction. Well, I just don't know if I can do this. I go through that myself at times. So, yeah, because and this message for me, there are words dropped in there along the line. It's like, there are times when I have to convince myself it's okay to go outside and go walking in the woods. Well, I don't know, your back hurts. I don't know. It's and 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 it's better just to just do it, get up for me. But in other things, to start something, and if it fits you, it's like, you're very welcome. I'm glad that it hits. But it's also in the spiritualness, and not necessarily just about being a carnivore, but it is the act of what Antelope did. It was, and I've talked about this, and I don't know if you were in the chat at the time, but in the native stories, they always say that, if you're hunting a deer or if you're hunting, that the deer especially will present itself, and not just deer but antelope, but that other critters will do it too. A rabbit will sit up or something and allow you to take a shot. It's weird. But my grandson Big John, when he was hanging around me and helping me back in the day, he was taking on his first deer hunt, right? High powered 30-30 kind of thing, scope, the whole 9 yards. And he's like, well, Pops, what do I do? And I said, listen, the story is that they will, if you're supposed to have one, they will present themselves to you and allow you to take the shot. And so, later on, he called me up and well, he came to visit me too. But anyway, he said, Pops, it was just exactly like you talked about. He said, I'm sitting in the stand and he said, this one deer pops out there and I look at it and looked around and he was gone. I knew that wasn't the one. He said, and then a doe came out and looked around and he said, well, in Georgia, they upped the doe limit this year, because there's supposedly so many deer. Fewer people killing them anyway, because they're not driving like they used to. But anyway, so too many deer. Um, so he said, and then this other deer walked out with like a 4 point, something like 6 point. And John said he turned and looked right at me, Pops. And I knew that was the one. And I took the shot and dropped him right on. And he said, it was the strangest thing. He said, he said, he looked right at me. And if you notice sometimes in some of these hunting programs, you'll see through the crosshairs of the eyepiece, that whatever the animal is will look right at the hunter. And if they're spooked, they'll jump. But it's true, they will offer themselves up. So it's not that you should offer yourself to be shot, killed, eaten, and your skin used you know, as a sweater, but it is the idea of what antelope medicine brings in that they're strong enough that if necessary, that, you can have the strength to give up a part of yourself. It's that strength. And anyway, but in true life and in hunters and other people have talked about it, the deer antelope family will do that, even elk. Snakes can bite more than once and will. Yes. Saw my first snake out in the wild yesterday for this, or maybe it was the day before. Anyway, for snakes this year. 333. It's four. Oh, it's 4:35 here. I missed it. Okay. Does anyone else uh, want a card? I think the last one, Milky Way. Yeah, I would love to go back up to Tennessee. I miss going up there. I got a niece that lives up there, and some friends of mine up around Gatlinburg and up in that area too. Um, I miss going to the mountains, but I don't know if my vehicle would make it up there and back. $3:03 from here to me. Now it's four. Let's see. They changed the time, so it's 4:36. And yeah, okay. We've we're There are still places that are going through the null time, but see, it's 3:30 to me. So y'all missed an hour somewhere hanging out with me. You were in the null zone. Interesting coincidence. Um, Pearl, did you said me? Are you asking for a card? No, that the last card was oh crap. I have to go back up. Okay, Brandy wants a card and then Delaney. Okay. Will y'all let me get coffee? Pull your card. Okay. Hang on a second. I need coffee. It's been 3 hours and 4 minutes, and I'm out. Y'all hold that thought. Talk amongst yourselves. Well, it's cold coffee, but thank you, Bob. Thank you, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the new future, whatever, that hour ahead. All right, so Brandy, oh, you're welcome. Brandy and then Delaney, right? We time warped again. Yep, sure did. Hey, Jazzy. Yeah, I might have to pee too. So I was sitting here kind of like, because usually when I get up and walk around, it's like shortly thereafter it says, I gotta go. It's going to come out one way or the other, you know. And I would prefer to, let it come out of me on my terms rather than it just dribble down my drawers. Getting old, it just sucks sometimes, I tell you. Now, I know there are younger people that have, incontinence issues and stuff. I had a good friend of mine that, just didn't know when they had, relieved themselves and it was embarrassing and all that kind of stuff. So, and now it's at my older age, it's like kind of sort of happened a little with me, and it is embarrassing. Um, but like with anything else, you just have to adapt. So I never thought I'd have to change my own diaper. Not quite to that point, but I have had to go, oh damn, these pants need to go in the water right now. Let's put them in the sink and rinse them out right away. Now I haven't pooed on myself yet, but but we do the best we can on a daily basis, So and for the kind of sort of a little bit of the back theme for tonight is that laugh at things, humor, and I'm a little crazier than David Castle. You're right, and you know what? Um, I can't sleep for 12 hours. I can't sleep for 2 hours without having to get up. Oh, yeah. Think of run, Forrest, run. Yeah. One of the things that I learned, like in camping, you know, I have an old, just so happens to be a wide mouth because in the middle of the night, you don't want to go looking for anything. But it's a plastic jug from that had washing powders in it, or liquid um, for the wash machine. And it's take off the cap, nice wide thing, and you can close the cap, and your pee don't fall out or whatever. And so I have one of those in the back of the truck. So if I go camping or I'm down in the river and I can't get out somewhere, I can get up in the kayak and and not pee on myself, and put the lid back on, not worry about splashing, yada yada. So but there's always a, 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 a way to adapt, It doesn't take me that long, Delaney, to go pee. Goodness gracious. But anyway, so all right, Brandy. Right? I got this right. I'm stoned. But anyway, so close your eyes and raise your hand and give me 30 seconds. Y'all quit yapping for a second so I can hear. Interesting. Okay, TTFN. Good night, Pearl. I'm turtle, straight up. Number 10. Interesting. I haven't read Turtle in a while. There are some cards that seem to be more repetitious than others. And like Antelope, I know I've read it before, but it's been a while. And Crow's been more of a favorite. It showed up quite a few times. Coyote has showed up several times. So there are cards that kind of sort of repeat, but then there are those like Turtle that, number 10, Mother Earth. Turtle, Great Mother, feed my spirit, clothe my heart, that I may serve you too. In Native American teachings, turtle is the oldest symbol for planet Earth. It is the personification of goddess energy and the eternal mother from which our lives evolve. We are born of the womb of Mother Earth, and to her soil our bodies will return. In honoring the earth, we are asked by Turtle to be mindful of the cycle of give and take, to give back to the mother as she has given to us. Turtle has a shell which is similar to the protection that Earth has employed for centuries, as her body has been defiled. Mother Earth protection has come in the form of earth changes, new plant growth, the creation of new land masses by volcanoes, and climate alterations. Now, remember, this book is back in the 80s. Like turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy, and the unconsciousness of others. They want me to read this again. Like turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy, and the unconsciousness of others. So we can be affected by someone else that, they might be thinking something and they're not really conscious of it. That's a very interesting shamanic kind of lesson thing. Okay, just saying. Um, like turtle, you also have, okay, turtle teaches you through its habit patterns how to use protection. Whoops, use protection. If you are bothered by the actions or words of others, it is time to go inside yourself and honor your feelings. If you are attacked, it is time to give a warning snap. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you. Okay, repeat this. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you, to be grounded to the earth, and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth energies, which represents turtles' two homes, to flow harmoniously with your situation and to place your feet firmly on the ground in a power stance. Turtle is a fine teacher of the art of grounding. You may even be able to overcome some of your space cadet tendencies if you align with turtle medicine. In learning to ground, you are placing focus on your thoughts and actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. In other words, sometimes we get in too much of a hurry. I was thinking about this earlier, sort of. Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river, as evidenced by the plodding pace that a turtle keeps. The corn that is harvested before its time is not yet full. However, if it is given the chance to develop at its own rate, in its own season, its sweetness will be shared by all in its own rate, in its own time. If we're being pushed forward, this all is connected to the title. Turtle buries its thoughts like its eggs in the sand and allows the sun to hatch the little ones. This teaches you to develop your ideas before bringing them out in the light. They want me to read that again. This teaches you to develop your ideas before bringing them out in the light. Look at the old fable of the tortoise and the hare and decide for yourself whether or not you would like to align with turtle. Bigger, stronger, and faster are not always the best way to get to a goal. When you arrive, you may be asked where you've been and you may not be able to remember. In that case, arriving prematurely can make you feel very immature. If you draw the turtle card, it augurs a time of connecting with the power of earth and the mother goddess within. This is a reminder of the ally you have in Mother Earth. It does not matter what situation you have created, ask for her assistance and abundance will follow. So, Brandy, um, that is the second time I got. So there's turtle, but turtle medicine, and as part of the grounding, there are a lot of people, and there are many of us that have talked about it in grounding. But turtle also represents, and I was thinking about this earlier about otter and also beaver, in that these are critters that are um, kind of sort of land based, but use the water a lot. Where turtle is, unless it's a gopher turtle that lives on the land, but it will still go to water and it still lays its eggs in the sand, kind of deal. So there are those similarities, but it's turtle, not tortoise. So this is a water based critter. Um, about keeping my ideas to myself and just doing them. Then the never ending, or I think it was the turtle that was the oracle, wasn't it? Yeah, in many instances, the it's the wise old turtle. I'm not sure about the never-ending story, but there is a reoccurring, because tortoises, can live hundreds of years, right? So that the idea that there are these ancient creatures, the only other thing that it would be as old as it would be like alligators and crocodiles, kind of thing, in that realm of thinking. I'm not speaking about whales or other critters, but to the point though, alligators and crocodiles can get really old, and so do turtles. Not all turtles, but in my own backyard in the river, was down on the bridge one day, me and Gray Wolf, and we were just looking down at the water, and it was kind of low. And all of a sudden, there was this humongous, I mean, it was bigger around than I can do with my. It was bigger than this. Okay, soft-shelled turtle just swimming under the water, stuck his head up and went around the curve, and we looked at each other, and I was like, "What?" In this size river, there's this. Well, we had a snapping turtle on a trout line in the backyard one time, and this thing was huge. I'm talking close to 150 pounds worth of snapping turtle that was not happy, you know. And it had was swimming. The current was fairly strong, and it didn't catch the bait on the hook. The hook was caught in its shell just behind its neck. So this green guy that was with me, and this was at night, we're checking the trout line, and he's like, "Well, just reach down there and grab it." And I was like, "No, you don't." So reached a paddle over there because I was trying to unhook the hook with the end of the paddle, and his head came out of the water, and I mean it was like this big, snapped into that wooden paddle and split it right down the middle. And he was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude, you just don't grab one, that's a snapping turtle." And I couldn't believe how big it was. I still can't. So we got back to the house, we got him undone and everything, but he was like, "Well, put him in the boat." And I was like, "Oh, hell no." We caught a smaller snapping turtle that was like, I don't know, about this big around, in a boat with a couple of us. We got that turtle inside that in that boat, and he like to drove the three of us out of the boat. And so it's like, no, this thing was like three times bigger than the one that we had. And I'm like, no, if you've ever handled a snapping turtle in a boat, nah, you try to throw them over on their back, and they wait, how did he flip himself over? It's anyway, they learn how quick, and that mouth is always going, if at your feet and and stuff, at the boat. um and so anyway, we got off the river, and I went and got online on YouTube, and found this guy that he travels around and catches snapping turtles and stuff, and it's one of the things he did. And he was up north in Kentucky somewhere, and went down to Louisiana and and they filmed it all and everything. So he pulls this great big turtle out of the bayou down there in Louisiana somewhere. And this, it was a good sized turtle, and they weighed it up, and it was like 90 pounds. And I looked at this guy, and I said, "You see how big that is?" And he was, "Yeah." And I said, "So was the one that we just saw in the river back there, was he bigger or smaller than that one? And he goes, much bigger. And I was like, okay, that one was 90 pounds. Think how much that one that we just had hooked 20 minutes ago on the river, how much he weighed. And he was like, oh my God. And I was like, do you understand now why I said, don't try to get him in the boat, you know? And he was like, oh, I just had no idea. And they showed how this 90-pound, how it, you know, bit the end of a paddle and did all this stuff and how strong they were and talked about them. And I was like, so I looked at this dude and I said, so you want to go back down there and see if you can catch him and bring him in the boat? He's like, nah, I get what you're talking about. So people who have never met a snapping turtle in the wild, oh, well, bring him in the boat. Mm-mm. No, you'd be better off with a tiger by the tail than a snapping turtle in the boat. Just saying. Now that turtles in general, you know, we've caught some other big, you know, soft shell turtles. They'll still flap around and they bite, but not like snapping turtles do. Them some bitches are, you know, they get pissed really easy. They get aggressive where a soft shell turtle will get defensive versus aggressive. Um, it's like a snapping turtle is the Mike Tyson of turtles versus, you know, I don't know, Mickey Mouse, you know, Donald Duck. Anyway, but just the idea. So, but anyway, so yes, Brandy, I have watched those guys who go noodling all the time. And I have, you know, I have lived on my river now for close to 40 years. And as much as I know my river and some of them places, I ain't getting down there. Now, the other side of the coin is I have watched it, fished it, and otherwise. And when the river is down like that, there ain't nothing in there. I haven't seen a catfish in my river in years because of the pollution and the water level. And now further down on the river, on the Big Ocklawakanee and places, that's different. You know, there's more water. It's closer. There's gators. You know, stuff like that. Anyway, but in my own backyard. But now I have been surprised at the fact that there are these huge turtles that are on my river and have been there. They're ancient. So I'm gonna stick my hand down somewhere that's murky after having seen how big these freaking turtles are on my river. I'm gonna stick my hand down. I'm not gonna have, there won't be a hand. You know, the way he split that boat oar, I was like, nah, boom, you know, and the guy who's he was closer to the head than I was. I was in the middle of the boat trying to unhook it. Anyway, he was trying to hold it still. And like he was going to reach down there with his hand, and I was like, don't put your hand down there. Don't, you know, keep your hands where I get to see you, you know. And this was in the middle of the night on the river, you know. So anyway, but and of course, you know, when you got a headlamp on and you hit an animal that's in the water and the eyes, you know, all they see is this bright light kind of thing. And so um, I was fighting this snapping turtle. I pulled up on the bank. He was straight at my feet. Yep. And all they need is one good little, you know. Oh, I would definitely eat turtle. Turtle meat is really tender and has a fish kind of chickeny. It actually, if you've ever had frog legs, they kind of taste like frog legs, you know. But in the wild, would I eat a turtle? Yeah, absolutely. Uh, you know, turtle soup. The um, I asked an Indian one time. I'm like, how do you gut a turtle? You know, how do you clean them? He said, I don't know. We just turned them upside down and threw them on the fire. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, we just cook them in the shell. And he goes, when they're done, the shell will pop off. And that's when you know they're done. Sort of like an oyster, you know. And I was like, what? Yeah. Same thing with like, you know, well, there are some guys that are like, you know, possum. Well, you know, how do you clean him, get the hair off of him? And you throw him on the fire and you cook him, you know, skin and all, you know, because do you really want to eat the skin of a possum? I was like, Not really. Okay. So, but you're going to eat what's inside, right? Yeah. So it's not a blazing fire, but you throw them on the coals. You know, you rake a few of the coals off to one side and you throw them on there and it burns the hair off and it singes everything. You don't have to worry about. And when they're done, they kind of pop open, you know, lets you know you're done. They're done. I'm like, okay, you know, so why hassle with putting them in a pot and pulling the skin and all that off if you just cook them in the skin right on the coals? Wow, turtle better than frog or gator. I haven't had turtle in a long time, so I can't really make the comparison. But I've had rattlesnake meat. I've had turtle. I'm sorry. I've had gator meat. Uh, Lots of different kinds of fish. Um, uh, was trying to think. Oh, frog legs. I've had frog legs, and I don't know. There's something about frog legs that are, you know, in a good batter, deep fried. There's just something about them. If you cut the head off a turtle and set them down, they crawl back to the water. Yeah, they will. He had a pet possum. Yeah, there's some folks, you know, that have strange critters like that, but you know, and the way I kind of sort of treated the possums around here, but you know, when they started eating my chickens, then I started, you know, I tried to just catch them, and I've caught and released several of them versus killing them. So, but I had to get out my bow and arrow and kill one or two, and just because there's so many of them and they're a nuisance and you know, eating my eggs and killing my chickens is not on my list of stuff, you know, when you're trying to survive, you know, with these types of things. You have to take the position of, well, I've done everything I can, but I got to shoot that some bitch. It's That's it. You know, it's the chickens or the possum. You know, and once you kill the chicken, you get no more eggs. And I mean, it ain't just one thing, but kill a couple of chickens and leave them in your pen, and then they eat the eggs too. And then so you've lost two chickens and the possibility of how many eggs they will lay in the future and have laid, and now you don't have either one. So you look at it and you go, do I allow that son bitch to take another one of my chickens, or do I get nasty? You know, I won't kill a chicken to eat it. You know, I've let them die of old age, um, but to take away a protein source and take away one of my good chickens or more than one, that possum's out of here or whatever it is. You know, like I shot that fox in the ass and it ran off with an arrow in its butt. I did find the arrow later on though, but anyway. Wow, now that's just creepy, Elderberry. You know, he rescued it as a baby. He wore a gold chain. That's interesting, Brandy. There's a place in Georgia, and I can't remember. It's up in middle Georgia, a little more eastern than middle. A town up there that and I can't remember the name of it, up around Statenville, Staten, anyway, Swainsboro, up in that area. But anyway, there was a gentleman. They had um, a funeral home, and the local funeral director had this black man, and this was like the turn of the century into the 1900s, and so that he had worked with this gentleman for years, and at the funeral home and dressing the bodies and embalming and everything, and the local guy had come up with his own way of embalming people, his own little secret recipe, if you will. So um, the old colored man died, and he had no family. There was no plot for him, and so because he was such a part of the funeral home, that they put his body in a casket as sort of like a, hey, look what we can do. Look how well preserved. So he stayed in this casket in the funeral home, like leaned up against the wall, and people got to know this black man, and but then the funeral home director died, and his wife sold the place and everything. They didn't know what to do with the body, so this mummy, this black man, and he ended up upstairs, leaned up against some stuff. And so it might have been that they sold out. It was a 2-story building. So, but anyway, the people who bought the building, I guess, from it being a funeral home, went upstairs and were doing some dusting, and they turned it into like a curio shop, and all different kinds of things. Anyway, so here's this black man in a coffin, an open coffin, upstairs, basically not in the attic, but the folks downstairs were using it like an attic. And there he was, propped up against the corner. And so they asked people, what do we do? And it was like, well, he's always been around. He's all, this is old Henry or something. And, it's just a black man that was just had his arms folded, and his skin had just, there was no smell or anything like that. And people, went to go see him as a curiosity. And I was like, now that is just like one, it's a true story. And uh, up there in middle Georgia somewhere. And people were not really freaked out about it. It was like, yeah, let's go see the mummy. Let's go see, got to be a tourist attraction of sorts. And I'm like, and I learned the story because we were in the building upstairs, but his body had been moved or something. I guess the county deemed it like, kind of ghoulish, which, okay. But they were like, yeah, we found him right over there in the corner. And it was like, what? You know, we were upstairs looking at all the different, it was a used item store and collectibles and antiques and that kind of thing. But, and they had pictures of him in the coffin upstairs, and also down by the door. And it was just creepy. But he was like, he didn't have any family and didn't really want to be put in the ground, and he was always sociable to people, so they mummified him. And but the interesting part about it is that he probably went to a science, but there were people who were really curious as to what that doctor embalmer did when he embalmed bodies, because of how well they were preserved. So, that in itself was like very interesting to those people who do that. And I've known people. I knew a man in Homerville. He's probably dead by now, but on the carnival, I was I was running the scrambler, and there's a ticket box in between me and whatever the other ride was, and it was out there, and there was nobody there. It was we'd just opened, and so I'm standing there by the ride, and I'm taking a sniff, and I smell weed. I'm like, this has been 30 years ago. It's been a long time before I bought this place. Okay, a long time. So, but anyway, I'm smelling weed, and I'm like looking around, and none of us on the carnival, because it was like a Monday or a Tuesday, none of us on the carnival had any weed. And we were always looking for somebody locally, like, hey man, can you get us a bag or a joint or something. So, but anyway, so I'm sniff, sniff, sniff. And the only place there was the ticket box. So I snuck up behind it kind of thing and looked around. And sure enough, there's this, I don't know, in his 30s, 35. I don't think he was 40, smoking this joint and putting it down like this. And he was turning and literally blowing the smoke in my direction. But he didn't know I was standing behind it because it was a solid door. So he didn't know I was standing there. So I peeked around and looked in. I was like, "Hey man, that smells like some really good stuff." And he was one of the city councilmen in Homerville. He was also the local mortician and run the local. I don't think he's there anymore because it's been so many years. But he was, the ran a funeral home there in Homerville, and Homerville right then was really small. So, but anyway, he starts freaking out. And I'm like, dude, man, I'm not going to rat on you. I just wondered if you could, share it with me. When you're done, can I have the roach? So, come to find out, he knew people in the business, and I guess through moving caskets and bodies and stuff, he could get some of the best weed. I drove all the way over there to Homerville one time from where I was living back at the house that burned down. It hadn't burned down at the time, but it was a good 70 100 miles, I don't know, from where I was living over there to Homerville. But all I had to do was call him on the phone, and who's going to tap the phone of the local mortician? But anyway, we went over there and bought some weed, and come to find out, it was local weed that was grown out there in the swamps and stuff around Homerville. But man, it was good, and it was really cheap, and it was damn sure worth the drive when you didn't have anything locally. So, but that was, that has been before I bought this property. So that's, a long time ago. But anyway, so you never know who's going to be smoking what and who's doing what. But and how I got to mummified guys to morticians that smoke weed, it's a stretch, right? One story is a segue into another. My uncle's dad ran one. Oh, raccoon in a cage. Yeah. A raccoon has a good kung fu. It depends on the raccoon. Now, when I was out in Arkansas, the raccoons that were out there, they worked in packs. They had it down pat. One would get up on the table and like looking for a handout, while another one, I moved some food down onto the seat beside me, and while I'm videotaping the raccoon on the table in front of me, he's not getting too close or anything, and not hissing. He's just doing his thing, and like in the meantime, there's another one that has circled around underneath the bench and has come up and snuck something off the table behind me because I was focused over here. And I heard this little noise and looked around. And that raccoon, when I turned around and looked at him, because I had a headlamp on, he was caught like this, and he threw his little hands up like, "What? I got caught!" And the other one on the table was like, look back over here." The whole thing was amazingly silly, but I was looking at these two wild critters, going, these two guys could be cartoon characters easy, let me tell you. The way they were working together, and they were all real calm, and they'd get just close enough and was friendly, and as soon as you turn your head, the other one was like taking, I don't know, we had a bag of chips or something, or maybe it was like a Ritz cracker, and with our soup we were having that day. And but thieves right in front of you, and trickery at raccoons, yeah. But they're not stupid either. There are a lot of critters that are just crazy. If a cop tells me he smells weed, I'm using your potpourri line. um, one of the things in the car or truck, I always have some sage. And whether I smoke or not, I always have a cigarette too. But I've always got some sage or some a friend of mine, he always kept some incense in his truck. Now he lit it, he liked the incense, but the thing was, whether he was smoking or not, if he got pulled over, the cop was, well, what you doing? What you got that incense for? And, but he was sort of like me. He's got, bells and, crystals and bones and things and necklaces hanging from his window. And the cops just go, yeah, okay, They called him the root, he was a root doctor. Which brings me to another true story of a root doctor. When I was in jail, we're watching The Walking Dead. There's a dead dude sitting up like a zombie noise. Ugh. They sit up sometimes, the dead. Yeah, there's crazy things that happen. Well, it's been 3 hours and 46 minutes. It says it's 5:19 a.m. It's almost 4:20 somewhere. We missed that one. But it's 4:20 at my house because my clock is still the same. So in this null time that we have been sharing, in the hour that sprung forward, I'm still in my time. That's interesting. But anyway, I'm going to share one with you before I go. And y'all, it's even earlier for you guys, gals, folk. Doug and Elderberry, Brandy, always Michelle, you too, David Castle. Um, I thank you for your time and hanging out, and I hope the cards meant something. You all say it did. And the messages in the cards themselves, whether it fit any particular one of you, which I hope it does, but there's always a really interesting message that's woven into it. Into the cards for the night. It's 4:20 there. Yep, it's 5:20 here. So, actually, Michelle, your time and my time is the same because I didn't set my clock for it. So it is 4:20 here, actually. Brandy, John Boy to start off our good nights. Yes. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Grandpa. Good night, Grandma. Good night, good night, Frosty. Woo, woo. Good night, kitty cat. Meow. Okay. We're the Waldens. Yes, I said that wrong. Not Waltons. We're the Waldens. We've been walled in 4 more hours. Yeah, yeah. Michelle, yesterday, I did 2 hours with the ladies on Andromeda 7 Portal. And then I did 4 hours myself, and it's like, holy crap, 6 hours, I was online at some point, yesterday, and it was like, So today I was like walking around going, wow, well, I earned my I earned my keep yesterday, with the time spent online. I was like, not that I expect money. That's not my point, but it was like, so do you think, you make a difference in the universe? Are we following the true path? Are we doing what we're, and I had this issue, and I think it's going to be a topic, not anymore tonight. But having to do with destiny and predestination, because there are things that I could see in my future when I was a little kid at 3 years old, 4 years old, that I knew I was going to be a hermit, live on the river. And I knew at an early age, starting at age 7 at least, that the Mother Mary, the goddess, white dove, that female persona, of Mother Earth and of the mother of the universe, kind of thing, not just of Mother Earth, but that came to me early. And there were things that I saw, like reading the gospel on Sundays in Catholic Church, and at the age of 13, 14 years old. And not because it was Catholic, but because I was reading, quote, the Word of God, or I was reading, the epistles and testimonies and things. And so all my life I've felt this connection to the Spirit, not necessarily to a church, mind you, or any particular belief, but so in my lifetime it has been the journey of a shaman to get here as still a shaman in training, because enlightenment still comes, sometimes in little teeny doses and sometimes big whooshes that could damn near drown you. But in understanding this and through life's experiences, a lot of which I've shared with you all over the years, that I was sometimes I'm like, is there not something I haven't covered? Is there a topic or a discussion or a line of something? But anyway, so with that said, though, I know that this is a topic I have not really discussed, and it's about destiny. And it has come up several times here recently. Are we destined to be this way? That came up as a philosophical issue uh, in, uh, in Catholic school, believe it or not, about the idea of predestination. And I used to scoff at that and go, nah, we're not predestined. They don't know. But in the predestination of things, I pretty sure now that I knew what I was getting myself into when I took on this job this time around. And I knew at an early age that there were certain parameters and certain things. And I spent a lifetime trying to avoid it. No, I'm not supposed to be no preacher. I'm not supposed to be talking about no spirituality to nobody. Yeah, but I sought it on a personal level, and without really knowing if and how or when I would share it. And so along comes the internet, and here we are. But so in this idea of destiny, I think there are people who are destined to be doctors because they're really damn good at it. And there are some people who are destined to be musicians. But I also think that there are people who have taken other positions because they were told so, or that, they may have more than one talent. So a doctor who's also good at playing the piano doesn't become a piano player, but they become a doctor. Or they don't become a doctor, they become a piano player, or a musician. But what's to say that one is more important than the other? I guess it would depend on what kind of doctor. But whether or not destiny is involved in that. So much like, and this is just food for thought, um, the Dalai Lama, he knows he's the Dalai Lama because as a young child, he picks out things that used to belong to the previous Dalai Lama, anyway. So that's how they tell. And like one of the last ones, they took several items from a previous Dalai Lama. And one of the first things when they opened the door, the little kid reached out and said, "That's mine," and it was they had other items that were like fake items, but he reached out and grabbed the very one and said, "This is mine." Hi, Joyce. How are you? I saw me and my girl's name on a shrimp boat in Mississippi. when you lease to own a big solar equipped boat. Think Lee Wheeler could make that happen? Put a sail on it, you know, put a sail on it. Um, that's one of the things that, and God bless you folk from down under. You know, I've watched a bunch of stuff, and them folks down there are got some innovation. Let me tell you, with using kayaks and putting outriggers on them and having these and sailing these things out, you know, out in the ocean. I'm like, you, you guys, you folk got it, not just the guys, but gals too. And they have come up with some innovative stuff. I love it. I can't remember the guy's name. Timey kangaroo down, sport. Timey kangaroo down. Timey kangaroo down, sport. Timey kangaroo down. All together now. I can't remember the words, but I remember the tune. And that wookie sound in the background of that, you know. I love it. Yeah, we're gonna have a um um I probably tomorrow. If there's, I think there's a NASCAR race on. I'm sorry, I can't name many names, but in my old age, I guess like I'm like my grandpa was. Um, you know, being around the track and being around automobiles and being around racing myself, and my good friend Tommy raced classic motorcycles. I know my uncle, you know, built drag racers back in the day, and you know, and short dirt track things. I did, you know, rally sports back when I was down in Tampa, and one could say that the drug running that I did over the years. You know, I was a pirate. Yeah, I was thinking of um, Jimmy Buffett in that, you know, I have been a pirate, you know, and but I haven't sailed the seas, but you know, we drove country roads and down dirt roads and stuff, and you know, hauling weed and other things too, but mostly weed from, you know, Florida and from here and from you know, north of here and south of here. And you know, when I stop and think about it, I'm like, oh my God, you know, there's so many times I should have been caught, almost got caught, and didn't, you know. Talk about a movie about just that, you know, and the close calls we've had, and just you know, um if that was the drug culture, but in that was like, so you know, it wasn't like we had, you know, $1 million worth of something, but you know, a couple of $1,000 worth of something to us little, you know, uh backwoods, you know, rednecks down here. That's a lot of money, and sometimes $2 or $3,000 invested when we had that meth connection. Oh my God, was it good? Tell you, you could cut it 4 times and it would still knock you on your ass. That's how good it was. But anyway, and we were doing it straight, you know, chop it up with a credit card, you know. Anyway, but so yeah, harrowing. We didn't have a bunch of guns or anything like that, although the people that we were buying from had machine guns and shit. You know, they were serious. We were just buying and new friends, and we wanted to keep our own habit, make a few bucks, and, you know, sort of provide a need, you know, for the folks that we knew back home. Because a lot of times people, we would chip in like 200 from him, and, you know, depending on how much we were buying. And when we were bringing it up from Gainesville, the Gainesville Green, it was $90 a pound, and you had to buy 3 pounds. And so that was it. And it was like, well, okay, so four people get together and come up with enough money to buy the 3 pounds. And then when it got back up there, we split it up and whatever share we had in it, kind of thing. So um but yeah, we was making a run every other week down to Gainesville and back on the same night. We'd get off work, drive down there, a little old '64 Volkswagen, and we'd ride down there and pick up 3 pounds and ride back home. And be home by 12. So yeah, if I guess I tell these stories and they're some of these runs are running through my head where we saw like state patrol somewhere and we'd make a hard left turn, and just go down this road. We'd end up somewhere in North Florida, and then we go, oh, I know where we are, and head back up this way. Never took the same route down or back. You just because you didn't want to be noticed. You know what I mean? So, and you go through some of these small towns and go, we just saw them guys go that way a little while ago. Now they're coming back this way. So, and one thing you always did was you waved at them. If you saw the cop, you go, hey, buddy, how you doing? And, 3 pounds in your trunk and you wave at them and drive on by. You can't look scared or anything like that. You've got to pretend. And I guess that's where, in a lot of ways, I've been a magician because we have driven back and forth so many times. I used to drive all the way to Tampa and back up when I was in Tampa. And because I knew people on the carnival, and when people were out of drugs on the carnival, I'd go make a run. And there were times where somebody'd say, hey, look, drive back down to the house. I got a stash. Go in the trailer and bring it back up to me. A friend of mine who didn't want to carry a bunch of weed made a bunch of brownies up, but they couldn't bring them with them all. So one of the times that I went down to Tampa, they said, hey, stop by the trailer, keys under the mat thingy, and bring out one of those great big bags of brownies from the deep freeze. And so I'd take it back up there. So instead of smoking joints on the carnival and getting caught, they were eating Alice B. Toklas, brownies way back in the day because it was a way to get high and a way to carry the weed without getting caught, with the carnival and all that kind of stuff. So, and everybody was up and up and hired and shit. Hey, want a brownie? Yeah, I'll take one, and be standing on the ride, running the thing going, wee, this was a ball. Um, but anyway, so many stories that are so true. Oh man, I could write a book this thick of honest to God true stories, of drug runs and how we snuck around in places and how I got caught with a helicopter in my own damn backyard, but all the times I crossed the freaking state line and all over I didn't make any runs into Alabama though, but Florida and Georgia all over the place. So you know, but didn't get caught any of them times. You know, I got caught down in Florida when I got busted down there, and we had taken drugs down there and got the my friend at the time, it was his aunt that turned us in. So we went down there and fell right into this trap and ended up spending a year down there. But so if there was I hear you see some of these stories of some of these people who do some of these things, and there are more people doing it than you would realize, and how they're taking cars apart and hauling great big amounts where we were way down there on the low level of some of this stuff, but we did it on a regular basis and we got away with it every time, except the time we got set up in Tampa. But anytime we were just going from point A to point B with the people that we knew, we never got in trouble. Close calls, never got in trouble. So from that standpoint, what we did was damn good because we got away with it. You know, we weren't stealing, but you know, we were flying under the radar for many, 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 many years. You know, I don't go anywhere anymore. I give that shit up, kind of thing. But um, you never had a brownie? Brandy, I had a friend of mine who brought me a present, and it's a section of Rice Krispie treats with different colors and everything, with the butter melted into the Rice Krispie treats. And I had a really nice chunk 4 hours ago, just before I came on. Um, and it's a really interesting, I don't want to necessarily say a body high, versus smoking and getting a head high, but you damn sure feel different. And I've been giddy all evening. So for the last 4 hours, I've just been having a good time. Um, I'll try mushrooms one day with happy spiritual friends. Yes, if you ever do any kind of psychedelics and you've never done it before, and don't go with people that you trust. But there are people who will take mushrooms and then want to, this first time you ever tripped, yeah, and then they want to fuck with you. I don't. That's I don't usually use the F word much, but they will fuck with you. And it's like, don't, no, 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 you should not do that to people. Well, we're friends, and you try, if you've never tripped, don't go with somebody that go, oh, we're going to have a lot of fun. Yeah, you might not want to go with them. Just saying. Never agree to go to a party. I got Molly Hatchet high in Florida. Yeah, the whole band was out of weed and caught me heading out. I smoked wood. Yeah, I know what you mean. Um, it was at the. I went off to smoke. It was in Tallahassee, the blues. One of the last blues festivals they had down there, and it was Commander Cody of uh, Commander Cody and the Lost Airmen way back. Anyway, and I didn't know this guy was handicapped, but uh, they played a set and he hung around. Then they came back in and played a little more. But he was walking around, and I was, out looking for a place. Everybody was, many people that I knew there, and we all were like heading over to the bushes to smoke. So it just wasn't out in the open, but everybody knew that the other guy was smoking, kind of thing. So we were out there, quote, sharing a cigarette, and he was out there looking for a place to smoke too. And it was just cool hanging out with him. Commander Cody and the Lost Airmen. And the guys that I hung out with in Albany that time at the Cheehaw Park, it was sponsored by Miller Brewing, which has a place there in Albany, Georgia. And it was Blackfoot, Blackfeet, Black something like that. Any way you want, and I will always be with you. I will always be with you. You girl, that's you. Now, who is that? Who's the band? It was them guys. And I mean, the stage was just like about 16 inches up, from the ground to the top. A standard kind of movable stage set up there in the park. But anyway, so it was free music to and if you were old enough, you could get. I think they had free beer, but they had some other things. But it was sponsored by Miller, and I wasn't drinking at the time. I was in the process of giving it up, but just hung out with these guys. Gatorland. Oh man, I've been to Gatorland. One of them down in Florida. It used to be around Kissimmee, but that was way back in the day when Disney, before Disney even moved in over there. But Flirting with Disaster, that wasn't the one I was thinking of. But um, That you got it, Michelle. Badfinger. It was. It was Badfinger, and that was, and it was the original guys. Now this has been 20 years ago now, but it was the original guys. But they played so tight. I mean, even just literally standing like 2 feet away from them while they played, and they were so tight. They had they had no matter what you are, I will always be with you. La, da, da, da. And watching these guys and the harmony they had and the amount, and there was maybe 100 people there in the park, but they were having a good time playing. And when they took a break for the set, I was hanging out, smoking a cigarette with them, and I'm like, man, you have, I was kind of being that super fan, but having been a puppeteer and so forth, I understand you can't, be too gloaty on them. And I was like, man, I've just been a fan of you guys and I bought your albums. I just want to say I've always loved how you guys played, and it is such an honor to, literally sit on the stage and smoke a cigarette with you. Thank you. And I left it at that. But they were just normal guys. It was like great, Badfinger. Yeah, that's the one. Several other songs that they did, but they played, 2 sets for about an hour and a half. They played music plus about a 15-minute intermission. They had some other things, but anyway, Badfinger. Thank you. I knew it had bad in it, Michelle. But some really great guys. I've seen other people and other bands um, having been the artistic director person at the theater in Thomasville. We had groups that came in and rented the building, and they'd say, "Okay, we're going to be here at 5 o'clock. We got a show at 7 or 8, and we're going to set lights and sound." And I would be there. They'd come in. We'd do the setup. We'd do the sound checks. I'd set whatever lights I needed, and what kind of mood and when. They'd give me a little script kind of thing, what their set was going to be. And, if they wanted a lot of light or just a spot, so anyway, so just got to, rub elbows with quite a few people over the years. And there was some really snotty people, just really snotty, that they thought they were all that. One guy came all the way up from Tampa to be in this show. And he realized, and he even said by the time he left, he was like, I came up from Tampa. He had a big baritone voice. He was like, I come up from Tampa to be in this show because of this part. And he goes, and you two guys that are local, he goes, you just whooped the pants off of me. Like he thought he was going to, because he was coming up from Tampa to be in this premiere, that he was going to be the star of the show. And it just wasn't that at all. And it, really dropped. He even got paid to come up there where we did it for free, which pissed some of us off. But anyway, we all learned something out of the event. And he learned that he was good, but there were people that were just as good as he was that did it for free, where he was like, the money and the theater and the thing. And it was like, Jack, we're doing this for nothing. Quit your complaining. You agreed to do this. They're paying you. But anyway, but then there are those folks that, you don't know whether or not they would be offstandish. And having been on stage as in variety shows and things, you bump into all kinds, right? But then there are those people that are like, they are just so you and me. They're just people, but they can play music, they can sing, they do what they do. And as long as you don't like drool over them or like, if you just be natural to these people, 9 out of 10 people I've been really surprised at how really good they were. Having hung out with some of the people down at the Blues Festival, for example, and they had a little hangout tent, and there was Percy Sledge was there, for God's sakes, and when a man loves a woman, oh my God, and he's a little short dude, you know. And Fats Domino was there, you know. I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill, you know, and there was this group from New Orleans that was there that did some Dixieland jazz blues stuff that just knocked your socks off. And they were like 10 feet away from me, you know, just absolutely great. And some of them was like, don't bother me, kid. And the other was like, hey, how you doing? You know, that was a really great set. You know, thanks for your music. Oh, no problem, man. We do have CDs, but, you know, glad you liked it. Had a good time, you know. But anyway, so it's almost 6 in the morning for you guys and I'm ready to go to bed. You got another 20 minutes out of me, Michelle. 4 hours and 15, 4:15:15. So anyway, I have I got stoned. I love the blues festival and jazz. Yeah, they don't have enough of them. Bad Finger progressed a lot like the Beatles did. Yeah, they did. And you know what was the fun part about those guys was they had songs. They weren't. It wasn't country. It wasn't folk music. It was rock and roll, but you could sing along with it. It had a tune, you know what I mean? And it's after all these years that we still remember some of these songs. I will always be with you. Da 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 da. Da. I removed my f bomb. Yeah, I wish they'd had more of them. But anyway, so music keeps calling me, and tomorrow, depending on the day, I need to tune up the guitars down here and clean up this room down here. I've been moving and shifting. I've been throwing stuff out, and it being Sunday, garbage day is Tuesday, so I got the next 2 days to throw some more stuff out. It's sort of like my goal. I'm going to fill up that garbage can as much as I can with stuff um, and make decisions. So, but anyway, Hangout Festival here is good. Yeah, little buddy. Was Baby Blue the Badfinger song? I'm not sure. It sounds familiar though. Um, I used to have them on tape. I got a lot of cassette tapes, but they still work in my cassette tape player over there. So, but anyway, I love you all. It's time for me to go, literally go. And so I will close with a loving prayer as always. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Every day I put my feet on the ground and look up to the sky and say, thank you to the universe. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive that knowledge, wisdom, blessing, and the gifts from the universe. Remember, as it's said in the cards tonight, we spread our wings like eagle does, and the medicine of eagle, and that the great spirit will lift us up and we can fly in the universe. So I continue to pray in the law of three, which is important to me, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive that knowledge and the healing and the wisdom and the blessings from the universe, and that you continue to share it. And as I was thinking about that with the birds, and just not just the eagle, but all birds, in that, you know, um, we take that medicine and understand that if we believe, we can soar. We are soaring in the universe. We are a part of it. And so when it feels like, all things are getting blue and you don't know what to do, just remember the creator is the wind beneath your wings, as the song goes. So I love you all. Elder, Barry, Brandy, Michelle, uh, David Castle, as always. And if I missed anybody, I love you all. Thank you for staying up. Thank you for hanging out with the cards. The cards had some interesting messages. Do it and take the courage of the antelope and do it, you know. So, and turtle, be wise. If somebody's knocking on your shell, there are times when you snap And then there are times when you just pull inside and just let them, just let them throw, ping pong balls at you or whatever. But that, sticks and stones might break my bones, but words might never hurt me. So sometimes we need to, it's not that you give in, it's not that you don't care. It's the fact that you understand a higher self and that it just doesn't matter. Well, but they're calling me names and they're calling me crazy. It's okay. Because if you understand where you are in the universe, which is part of this message for tonight, if as far as the butterfly goes, right? If you understand what stage you're at in your spiritual or in your development, then you can be certain. I've in the cocoon stage, you know, I'm developing to be a butterfly and I'm getting ready to spread my wings. I'm not quite ready yet, but the other side of that is that in the message is that we don't wait too long like antelope. We do it. So as we see these messages evolve, we have the strength of the creator at all times. We see with Crow one eye and then the next, the law of the universe, the natural law. So, how all these things tie together to me is like one hell of a story for tonight. Not just in personal readings, but in the cards themselves and the general message that it conveys. Peace and harmony, that's there, that we need to, think from our heart. And I brought that up earlier in that it's not necessarily in the brain. How we feel, it comes from our heart. It comes from us in here. But anyway, I love you all. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. And until next time, please be safe, y'all. And I thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for your good energy. And when you hang out here, you're hanging out and we're sharing energy. And I know there are those of you who have sent me prayer, good wishes, and comments. Thank you. But you know, your presence here is all the blessings that I deserve or need or require. And so make sure you spread those blessings around on my behalf if you want. You say, well, I'm going to send this blessing to Dave. And then as soon as you think that, you go, wait a minute, there's somebody else. And Dave has given me permission to say this prayer is from us, from Dave, because I was going to give it to him, but nah. So you can give a gift of whatever on my behalf, and and it, that's payment in kind for me. It's like, instead of giving it to me, give it to somebody else in my name. You know, that sounds a little creepy, but that's how I feel about it. So anyway, keep sharing the joy, and I will see you soon. Okay, I promise. More subjects coming up. Elderberry, gratitude back to you. What? He refuses. 455 at Hawkeyes because he refuses conformity. You're absolutely right. Well, I don't have to, so it just sounds stupid to me to try to go along with it. But back to the null zone, right? Uh, yeah, I'm looking at my clock going, it's just now 5 o'clock, but it's almost 6 here. So, yeah, I'm going back to my time zone. So I love y'all. Please be safe and be courageous. That was part of the message, too. Don't be stupid. Coyote will trick you. That was in the message. So we be careful of those tricksters that are amongst us. And sometimes it's ourselves who, we're our greatest enemy. So, but if antelope, which has the courage, and to be able to say, hey, wait a minute, all right, I can see I've done some stupid shit, but I'm going to work over this, and I might stumble, I might, but and I fell down out yonder in the woods the other day. I mean, tripped over something and flat on my face in the mud, and I laid there. It hurt. And I was like, oh shit. When was the last time I tripped and fell face down? And I was like, well, at least I still got enough strength to get up. It wasn't so much the fall, it was the fact that like, oh, okay, I can get up from this. I was grateful for that. And a little pissed because I did not have my walking stick. And if I'd have had my walking stick, I wouldn't have fallen like that. But anyway, okay, I'm going to quit yapping. Love you all. Talk to you later. Be safe, everybody. South Georgia, TTFN. I'm in the null zone. So till next time, y'all be sweet. Bye.